bless you. Thank you.
Good evening. Hello. Uh, we would like to ask anybody that is standing that outside you can actually watch the entire meeting due to a potential overcapacity situation on the chambers. We would like to please, if you're not sitting, to step outside and watch the meeting over the TV that is right outside. And when it comes to your time to speak on public participation, you can definitely walk in and provide the public participation. Thank you, everybody. So we good?
They're sending the mayor down now. Maria, Maria, tell him to come down now. We're gonna do it first. We're gonna we're gonna do it first. Tell the mayor to come now. Oh, thank you, thank you. That's what I'm saying, mine. The mayor's not here yet, though.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting. Good evening and welcome to the Lawrence City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 17, 2026. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Act of 2022, this meeting is hybrid, allowing participation both in person at the City Council chambers as well as remotely. The Zoom link for this meeting was provided to anybody that requested through the City Clerk's office. This meeting is also being transmitted live through the Lawrence City Council City Facebook page as well as the Lawrence City Council YouTube page. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilor Gonzalez,
Present.
Councilor Miguel,
Present.
Councilor Marmol,
Present.
Councilor Infante,
Present.
Councilor Reyes,
Present.
Councilor Del Rosario,
Present.
Councilor LaPlante,
Present.
Council Vice President Levy,
Present.
Council President Rodriguez.
Present. At this point, I would like you to join me for a moment of silence. But before you join me, I would like to do this in honor of Lawrence Police Officer Tom Dugan, that 36 years ago was killed in the line of duty on March 16, 1990. So please join me for the moment of silence. Now join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Minutes.
We do not have minutes.
Today we have no minutes to be approved. And we're going straight to,
Council President?
yes, Councilor Infante.
If I may, I would like to take out of order tabled item 478-25, resolution honoring Gustavo Varela, Greater Lawrence Tech student athlete, holder of the state's all-star leading rushing record in high school football.
Second.
There is a motion to untable this item, properly second discussion. There is no discussion on the other matters. All those in favor, please say
Aye.
I would
The-
also like
the
to make
ayes
a
have it.
motion to approve the item. I don't think we made a motion to approve.
Second.
aye. Yeah, there is a motion to approve the resolution. Properly second discussion on the resolution. There is none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Councilor Infante, you
And
can
Councilor
take that, the mic. And for the, not this one.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to present this resolution. This evening, I stand before you with the co-sponsor of the resolution, Councilor Vivian Marmol, and also Councilor Rosalie Gonzalez, who the three of us are proud Greater Lawrence Tech alums. And we are here proudly to represent the school and also to continue the Reggie legacy that is so dear to our hearts and also the city of Lawrence. You guys want to say anything? Are you guys good? Okay. All right, so we're gonna, this resolution, as you heard, is to recognize this young man, Gustavo Varela, who broke a record that hasn't been broken statewide in a long time. And with that being said, I'm gonna proceed with the resolution so we can all hear about his amazing accomplishments. Whereas the city of Lawrence takes great pride in recognizing those individuals who, through extraordinary dedication and perseverance, achieve greatness and bring honor to our community. And in that spirit, we honor Gustavo A. Varela, a resident of Emmett Street in District E, an distinguished senior at Greater Lawrence Technical High School, who etched his name in the annals of Massachusetts sports history.
Whereas on the football field, Gustavo Varela officially became the all-time career rushing leader in the history of Massachusetts high school football, a historic feat that culminates in a staggering 6,746 career rushing yards and 92 total touchdowns.
Whereas, as noted in his historic coverage by the Boston Globe, this milestone surpasses long-standing records in a state known for its deep football tradition, placing Gustavo at the pinnacle of the sport above all who have played before him in the Commonwealth. And whereas Gustavo's athletic prowess is matched by his academic discipline as evidenced by his 3.6 GPA, while in the plumbing program at Greater Lawrence Technical High School, providing that he is the quintessential student athlete.
And whereas throughout his 4-year varsity career, Gustavo has demonstrated a relentless work ethic, progressing from a 706-yard freshman season to a historic 2,180-yard season his senior year, all while maintaining a reputation of humility, loyalty, and leadership. And whereas, I'm going to keep going. Okay. And whereas this achievement is a testament to the unconditional support of his family, Marianne Payano, Brian Varela, and Kimberly Varela, and the coaching staff and community at Greater Lawrence Technical School. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lawrence City Council, on behalf of the citizens of the city of Lawrence, hereby extends its more sincere congratulations to Gustavo A. Varela for his record-breaking career and for serving as a role model of excellence, grit, and character for the youth of our city. The Lawrence City Council hereby sets its hand and causes the seal of the city of Lawrence to be affixed this 17th day of March in the year 2026. Respectfully submitted to you, Gustavo, on behalf of the entire city of Lawrence and the entire city council. Congratulations. And we're not done just yet. We are not done just yet. We have the pleasure of having our mayor, Brian A. DePena, who has a few words for you as well, Gustavo.
Thank you so much. I want to explain something tonight. It's a very clear. Gustavo represents the young community in Lawrence. You know, for many years, the whole community investment in the community, Lawrence Community Jam is tonight. It's a real moment. Recognize not only you, the whole community, young community in the city of Lawrence, include Lawrence High School, Central Catholic, many schools, you know, in the city of Lawrence. Thank you so much. Thank you for your family, because the family is very important. You know, I want to recognize tonight with a proclamation to the city of Mayor Brian De Peña.
That whereas continue. Be it known, I, Brian De Peña, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Massachusetts, and on behalf of its residents, by and through this proclamation, honor and recognize Gustavo Varela, and hereby state as follows. Whereas Gustavo Varela, a senior at Greater Lawrence High School, has achieved a historic milestone that brings distinction not only to his school, but to the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And whereas Gustavo Varela has officially become the all-time career rushing leader in Massachusetts high school football history, concluding his remarkable career with an outstanding 6,746 rushing yards as highlighted by the Boston Globe. And whereas Gustavo Varela, during this past season alone, rushed for over 2,000 yards, placing him among the elite high school athletes in the state. And whereas, beyond his extraordinary athletic accomplishments, Gustavo Varela exemplifies humility, discipline, toughness, and strong character, qualities that have made him a respected leader within his program and a role model throughout the community. And whereas Gustavo Varela's dedication, perseverance, and commitment to teamwork reflects the values we strive to instill in our youth. And whereas, as a proud son of the city of Lawrence, his achievements reflect the strength, the pride, and the boundless potential of our community, particularly in his inspiring Hispanic youths to believe in what is possible through hard work, perseverance, and humility. And now, therefore, I, Brian De Peña, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Massachusetts, on behalf of its residents, do hereby recognize and commend Gustavo Varela for his historic athletic achievement and for serving as an outstanding example of leadership, character, and excellence within our community. Furthermore, I set my hand and affix the seal of the City of Lawrence, Massachusetts, the 17th day of March in the year of our Lord, 2026.
Thank you. Hold it right there. Oh, one more. Another picture. One more, but now switch it to the city council one. And we're gonna, one more. We're gonna do a group one as well.
What about Mr. Coach Clark? Does he want to say a few words?
I asked him. Sorry, Council. We usually do pictures afterwards, but before we go into a motion to recess, I do want to give the opportunity for Gustavo to say a few words, or at least a thank you if he doesn't want to say a few words, to the City Council, and to hear a little bit more about him. And like I mentioned, Gustavo, we have 3 Reggies here standing that are now City Councilors. So when they say that students from Greater Lawrence Tech, I know I was told that we won't be anything in life. You have 4 standing here that are proving everybody otherwise every single day.
So first of all, I want to thank everybody for the certificates. I really appreciate it. And I'm very grateful to be in this opportunity right now where I went into an environment like Greater Lawrence Tech and I was able to play sports, learn a trade, and go to school. I think that's an opportunity that you don't get anywhere else. So I'm very grateful and happy that I made that decision to go there. I'm thankful for Coach Sarkis here. He gave me the opportunity to start my freshman year, which is something you need to break this record that I did. And yeah, I worked really hard for 4 years, and I'm really happy that it's paying off. I will be going to college this year at Assumption University. I'm gonna be a first generation college student. And honestly, I say it all the time, man. I feel like athletes from Lawrence, man, I wish they stayed at these high schools because we would be the best at everything, man, honestly. And I mean, like the athletic potential in the city it's amazing. Central Catholic basketball, they just went to the Division I state finals. Unfortunately, they lost by 3 points, but it just goes to show, man, there's so much potential in this community. There's so much stuff that we could do athletically. And I'm really happy to be part of this community. I'm really happy I was born in Lawrence. And yeah, this was for the city, man. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Let's put it on you so you can decorate your jacket and then wear it proudly. I'll put it up with the other pens if you
Not
don't
yet,
mind.
not yet. We're gonna do both. Yeah.
Ooh, this is a thick, good jacket. These are quality jackets. You're staying warm. There.
Perfect, thank you.
There.
Thank you, guys.
Looking like a militant.
I got it.
I know, it's not easy.
Be careful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gustavo, just stay around. We're going to do another recognition, and then we're going to take a break to take a group picture. Now, councilors, I would like to, we have another item on new business. This is item 8526, which is a proclamation honoring Hillary McDonald, a Lawrence High School varsity wrestler, and a three-time state champion, all-state champion. So under the new rule, under the newly modified rule 4 of the City Council, we're going to be able to do the recognition for Ms. McDonald today. And as of that, we would like to, at this time, I will pass the gavel to Councilor Vice President Levy so I can proceed and present this proclamation to Ms. McDonald. Thank you, Hillary. Well, today is a special day. This is the third time that we have Hillary here with us, because every time she get a state champion, we brought him in. And today, the city of Lawrence have a special proclamation for Hillary McDonald. Whereas the city of Lawrence take great pride in recognizing those individuals who, through the extraordinary dedication and perseverance, achievement, and greatness and big honor of our community, that the spirit of honor, Hillary McDonald is a resident of the distinguished resident of the city of Lawrence and a senior at the Lawrence High School, who entered her name into the annual Massachusetts sport history, whereas on the wrestling mat, Hillary McDonald won 2026 Massachusetts MIAA Girls All-Star Tournament, a history feat that made her the first girl to be three-time state champion in the history of the state of Massachusetts. The first. And it's a Lawrencian. Whereas Hillary's athletic achievement are matched by her academic effort and her work in the medical pathway program at the Lawrence High School. Whereas throughout her varsity wrestling career, Hillary demonstrated a relentless work ethic, progressing from a timing in freshman, displayed athletic abilities, but not wrestling background to her achievement. Over the past 4 years, as a newcomer to the sport, all while maintaining a reputation as a friendly and approachable leader who have a loyal team on her. Whereas her achievement is a testament to unconditional support of her family, parents, Jose and Miriam McDonald's, and her older brother, Jose McDonald's, and her coach and the coaching staff from the Lawrence High School, and the entire community of Lawrence. Now, therefore, to be resolved that the city council, on behalf of the city of Lawrence and the citizen of the city, hereby extend the most sincere congratulations and commemoration to Hillary McDonald for her historical wrestling career, a 3-time state champion, her role model and excellence, and her character to the youth in our city. The city council thereby set the hands and cause on the seal of the city of Lawrence to be fixed and on the 17th day of March for the year 2026. This has been signed by the 9 councilors as well as the city clerk. Congratulations, Hillary. And now I'm gonna, I forgot my glasses today, so I'm gonna say a few things that is me personally knowing Hillary and the family. We're neighbors. We live in the same neighborhood, and in the same neighborhood. She's part of District D, Councilor Vivian, she's your constituent. And let me tell you something about Hillary. Something that you see on somebody that is perseverance, and also that is always very attention to details. And I have seen her growth. I have seen her, putting that effort into different set of her life when she was in middle school, when she was on high school. She was about to get into Abbott, and she went to the regular high school. Up there, she was able to accomplish a 3-time state champion in wrestling. And something that, I noticed that it was very, very, cool to me. Before she started driving, she used to park her car right around my house, and she was not able to drive yet, and she used to go and check the car every day to make sure everything is all set and nobody have taken anything away. So that was something that when you see a child that is growing from point A to point B, that's something that is very exciting. So I observe, I quiet, and I just laugh. And that was something that, I wanted to share with everybody. So I wish you the best in your career. A lot of opportunities are going to come up, and you're going to be doing well, for sure. So now we have the mayor as well to do a recognition for Hillary.
Thank you so much. It's the second opportunity I have for recognize somebody in short time. Couple of weeks ago, she visited my office, and I recognize for her dedication. It is a symbol for the young community in my city of Lawrence. Thank you. Continue. Don't stop. Continue the way you made. I know you remember in my office. I told you in the way many challenge is normal. I pass. Everybody pass, but I know you continue and you take the goal. Okay. Thank you so much. And again, my congratulations.
Okay. Hey guys, so my name is Hillary McDonald, and I want to start off by saying thank you to my community for always being there and supporting me. I know as a female wrestler, this is a new sport. It just started 2 years ago. This is my third year wrestling. And I just want to say that I've seen the growth and I've seen the community help me through a lot of things. But I specifically, even though he doesn't want me to, want to thank my coach. There's many points in my life where I felt like wrestling was not for me and that I wouldn't stay in this sport, but Coach Guzman was there. When I needed a rock, I had Coach Guzman. He broke me down and brought me back up. Like, there's no other person like Coach Guzman. He did a lot for me, and coming from, a Dominican household that, as a girl doing such a manly sport, some people didn't understand that. And I gotta say thank you to my parents because they understood. Even when my family members were like, oh, are you sure she should do that sport? Or like, that's not good. That's not something a female should do. They were there. My coach was there. When I had to cry or when I had to run away from the mat, my teammates were there. From being in a male sport, there were more of the most emotional, supportive people I've ever had. And I also have to thank my friends because there's been many times where I had to weight cut or where I felt like, I don't know, just giving up academically too. And they were there. With this being said, this is a community, and I've never been so proud to say that I'm part of Lawrence. This is not just, wow, it's like the first time people winning. No, there's going to be more winnings. People are going to come to get more titles, and I'm so excited that I was the first girl to do this, and I can't wait to see the next girl. Thank you.
Coach.
I wasn't expecting to talk. Hillary is she's a student athlete. When I say student athlete, I think one thing we left out, and it's a big thing, is she got to a couple schools in pre-med. She wants to be a doctor, and I think we gotta forget the titles. I think that's the most important thing. Coming out of Lawrence, that's big, that big. She's the perfect example. We tell every single athlete, show up, put in the effort, and then we're gonna do everything for you. And I always tell her, don't thank me. Just, you did the work, you showed up. I just gave you the tools for it, and you took advantage of it. Super proud of her. And thank you guys for everything that you guys do in the support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, City Council President, for allowing me to say a few words. And I stand here along with representing and being a voice side by side with my colleagues, the female colleagues that I have, who have also paved the way for me, just as you are doing for the many other girls that are gonna come after you. As a Latina and also representing Lawrence, I know that there's a lot of talent, and I'm so proud to be one of many counselors to continuously highlight and recognize the talent that the city of Lawrence has. And thank you so much for being that example for us and for the city of Lawrence, and continue to do the amazing work that you do. We're all proud of you. Thank you.
So one more thing I forgot, and she doesn't know it yet because we just found out this week, and we were gonna announce it on the team dinner. But we competed in the Merrimack Valley Conference. It's the hardest conference in New England. And Hillary ended up getting Female Wrestler of the Year. So I think that's very big too.
Something else that she accomplished this year is that she was second in New England. Not just a state champion, but second in New England, competing with all the state around here. So we haven't mentioned that, but she competed in Rhode Island, and for the third time. The first time I went over, I was very excited, and she got the second entire all the states in New England. Yes. Congratulations.
Motion for a 5-minute recess.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Can I get a motion to get out of break? Out of recess.
Motion to get out of recess.
There is a motion to get out of recess, properly second. Discussion, there is none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Going to the top of the agenda, we're going straight to public participation. We have a lot of people on the public participation today. This is the rules. You're gonna have 2.5 minutes to speak. Can we close the door? We're gonna have 2.5 minutes to speak. Can you please close the door very quick? Yeah. You're gonna have 2.5 minutes to speak. At the 2-minute mark, you're gonna hear a beep, a sound, an indication that you still have 30 seconds. Please refer to this council as a whole. So, if you are going to be talking about the same topic, and you believe that the next person has something valuable to share with us, and you don't have to speak for 2.5 minutes. If you got your point across, we understand that the time could be used by someone else, due to the fact that public participation rules and the ordinance only establish 30 minutes for everybody to speak. So therefore, if you get your point across in a minute, somebody else will share their opinion as well. So the first name that we have is Johnny Monroy. Name and address for the record as required. Johnny Monroy? All right, the next person that we have is Francisco Paulino. Representative Paulino. Wait. Let's set up the rules.
Hi, Francisco.
Give me 1 minute. So please hold up your applause for the end due to the fact that we have restriction on time, and it's better off to get the point across because applause, they sound the same. Words is different. So name and address for the record, please.
Francisco Paulino, 48 Maryland Avenue, Methuen, Massachusetts. Good evening. I was here last 2 years ago testifying in favor of TMF. And I just want to point out something to some of you that went to college with me, that struggled with me when I was without food, when we didn't have money, that we have to eat a Tripoli bread with salami. And some of you did that with me. So, talking about TMF, some of us believe there's just a simple meal once a week. But for many of our brothers and sisters that live in the street, that's the most stable and human moment they have in the whole week. It's more than just food. It's about sense of belonging, a place that they can say hi to their friends, a place they can talk, and sometimes get medical help. So, many of you believe in God and read the Bible. Something that I learned or heard when I was a kid is that some people in the past, treat with kindness unknown people, and without them noticing, they were helping angels. So, what TMF is doing there, maybe, we should believe they're helping angels. Because they serve people that sometimes feel invisible. Because many of us don't make eye contact with them. So that sense of belonging is important. And a meal a week saves life. Most of the people that die in homelessness is because they don't die because of overdose. They die because they get an infection. They die because they have hunger, malnutrition. So what they do is important, and I believe if you care about the people of Lawrence, Methuen, or the whole Merrimack Valley, any homeless that comes around, that goes there for a piece of meal, if you haven't go there, I invite you. So if you care about them, please let them stay and continue doing the great service they provide to our community. Thank you.
We have 30 minutes. If you keep on applauding, and then you shorten your time. So keep it for the end, please. Please keep it to the end, and that way we can have more time. The next person is Rich Rosso, Councilor Rosso.
Top of the evening to you, councilors. Rich Russell, 34 Cross Street. Please excuse my Irish-colored garb, considering how I'm probably the last person to serve on the Lawrence City Council with any degree of Irish blood in me by virtue of my maternal grandparents coming over from the old country in the 1880s. It's the least I could do to celebrate the real St. Paddy's Day. Now, to finish the last sentence that I was cut off from at the last council meeting due to my lack of time on my part, I will say this. Regarding all of the snow emergency parking tickets, the city needs a new winter motto in Latin, Crumina tua ad nostrum, which translates into English, from your wallet to ours. The city needs to come up with a better system for winter parking. The city needs more blue lights. The city could sell winter parking permits on city-owned property with restrictions. The city needs to use the red alert system that was instituted by former Fire Chief Brian Moriarty. And the city needs to improve parking restrictions on the city's website. Speaking of the city's website, it needs to do a better job of notifying the public of upcoming events. I found out about the Dominican and the Irish flag raising well after the events happened. Or are these events turning into photo ops for politicians taken by the mayor's unofficial office photographer? It seems so. An issue that's going to stir up the assembled multitude behind me, the use of the Buckley garage by TMF. Has anybody ever delved into TMF's financial status? In closing, an Irish blessing, Lawrence Godio, or for those that only speak English, Lawrence forever. Thank you for the time.
All right, the next person is H. Mali. Name and address for the record, please.
Homoyun Mali, 53 Chester Street. Good evening, honorable members. In this important meeting, we the citizens are proud to support our TMF. Thank you for bringing the best compassion to this great city of immigrants. We, the citizens, respectfully request from this honorable council to vote yes in support of TMF. Lawrence is a great city because we have the best police department with the impeccable leadership, Honorable Chief Morris Aguilar. Thank you for keeping Lawrence safe. Lawrence is a beautiful city because of our best DPW employees. Lawrence Inspection Department, thank you for excellent job. We support Lawrence Teachers Union. Lawrence always is strong. Lawrence always unite. We are proud to support our brave veterans. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice in this historical night. We, the citizen, demand of this honorable council, please support our TFM. They are heart and soul of our citizens. Thank you.
The next person is Kevin Join. Name and address for the record, please.
Kevin Druin, 37 Farnham Street. I want to talk tonight about 3 arrests that were made in our city recently within the last 2 weeks. The first arrest occurred on March 3rd on Alder Street. 71.5 grams of fentanyl was recovered in that arrest. Milton Street, March 5th, 875 grams of cocaine and $23,000 in U.S. currency. Anybody in this room have $23,000 in their pockets? I didn't think so. Salem Street, March 9th, 300 block of Salem Street. This one's going to blow you away. This was 465 grams of fentanyl. Folks, I want you to fact check if you think I'm wrong. Each gram contains 1,000 milligrams. 2 milligrams is what is considered to be a fatal dosage of fentanyl. So in every gram, you've got 500 lethal dosages. Let's go back to Alder Street, 71.5 grams. That's 35,750 lethal dosages. Salem Street, Salem Street, March 9th, 465 grams. That is 232,500 lethal dosages. TMF is not attracting homeless to Lawrence. Your drug problem is what is attracting the homeless to Lawrence. And what's disturbing about this is in all 3 arrests, the only thing I can tell you about the 3 individuals, and there were just 3 people arrested, is that they are males. No name, no age, no address, and God knows no immigration status listed. Okay? Sanctuary cities, and this is exactly why the federal government is threatening to cut funding to sanctuary cities. And it's also why the federal government recently classified fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. Because it is. Have a nice night.
All right, the next person is Orlando Ramos. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Orlando Ramos, 18 Conduit Street.
Can you just put the mic just a little bit lower?
I got you. I became a part of TMF in August, the week after my uncle passed to an overdose. I went looking for my uncle a couple weeks before he passed to bring him home after he had been missing for a while. When I found out that he passed, I felt as if I could have done more, that I should have done more, and I felt so lost and helpless. That's when Michael came to my program at SEIU and did a speech on what TMF is and what consists of this beautiful community and the goals. I've never felt so seen and heard, so that same day I went to the bus station with my family and participated with the handling of food and handing out hand warmers. It gave me a different perspective on what the people on the streets go through and how they're treated. After seeing what goes down on Wednesdays at TMF, I hope that in the time my uncle was on the streets, that at least one person would treat him the way the beautiful people here on the streets are treated at TMF. I've seen people that came the day I started. Over the past few months I've been a part of this that have improved significantly coming to these dinners. Living in Lawrence and seeing what Michael and TMF does and the impact that these dinners have on individuals on the street has changed the way I look at my beautiful city and has given me hope for the future of the community. And let's not forget the juvenile volunteer program that TMF has with the court. These individuals come to TMF to complete the community service hours that the court has assigned to them, and many of them have completed their assigned hours and have continued to show up every Wednesday. To you guys, maybe TMF might just be another community that does good for our city, but to us, it's more than that. It's a way of life, not just a community, but a family. I know a few individuals who have nobody, which I have gotten to know and grown close with and consider my family as well. So I ask just this. Please let Michael and TMF keep the bus station so we can continue to have an impact on our community and uplift our people in the time of need. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Nelly Lopez. Name and address for the record, please. She's coming? Okay.
Okay, my name is Nelly Lopez, and
The mic down.
18 Conduit Street. Hello, my name is Nelly. I am 13 years old and a current 8th grader at the Partha Middle School. I've been attending the Wednesday dinners since August with my older brother. I first heard about the movement family when my brother came home talking all about it. We then decided to attend one of those dinners. From that moment on, we continue attending these dinners every week. Since then, I've seen how much these dinners mean to people who come every week. It's not just about the food, it's about the kindness and the respect that everyone is shown. When people come to these dinners, they are not judged. They are greeted with respect and warmth. Many of these individuals who attend these dinners are facing extremely difficult situations in their life. Some are struggling financially, and some are dealing with housing insecurity and battling addiction, and others simply feel alone. For some, that Wednesday dinner is something they truly look forward to. It's a place where they feel seen, where someone cares enough to ask how their day was. When we serve there, we're not just giving away food. We're building trust and showing compassion and reminding people that they're not alone. Something as simple as a warm meal and a friendly conversation can make a huge difference in someone's life. These dinners may even be the only granted meal they receive that week. But what makes it truly special is not just the food, it's the care that comes with it. It's the volunteers who take the time to talk with people, the smiles that are shared. This place has become more than just a place to eat. It has become a place of hope, connection, and support. Taking away this place may seem like a small change, but for the people who rely on it, it can make a big difference. I ask that you please let Michael and TMF keep this space so that we continue to help the people who truly need it. Thank you.
The next person is Cesar Mixto. Name and address for the record, please.
Caesar Mixco, 32 Lawrence Street in Lawrence. Hi, my name is Caesar. I'm currently 20 years old and reside in Lawrence in my own apartment. Due to not having a father and mother figure, due to alcohol and abuse. I've been on my own since I was 15. My first experience with the Movement family was last year, the night prior. I was crying in my bed asking why I didn't have the father and mother love in my life, and felt I was alone and will forever be on my own. I was walking by the bus station starving due to only having enough money at the time to cover rent and bills. I walked past the bus station in tears, still thinking about going home, being alone in my own bed. I felt a gust of wind pull me back to the bus station where I saw Michael and fellow team member Chris cleaning up. I had asked Michael what was this. He explained to me that it was people who are going through something and that they will be always there for them. After that, I walked home with a full plate of food from fellow TMF member Chris, and I felt like a weight was lifted off my shoulders and I could walk home safely and feeling loved. I then went home and prayed and thanked God for giving me a family I never had. The Movement family isn't just a night we give out food to the homeless. It's a night where people go, laugh, share, and feel comfortable. The Movement family has shown me no matter what you are going through in life, they have your side and nothing but the utmost love and respect for you. I always hope and pray that anyone else who is going through my situation knows that TMF is there for you. We just don't also serve dinners on Wednesdays. On Saturdays, we go out to generous amounts of Lawrence and we give out food, clothing, a hug, and even just a conversation. I hope we as a Movement family can keep the bus station and use it for people who need love and support from the Lawrence community.
The next person is Raul Cruz. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Raul Cruz. My name is Raul. I'm 16. I'm from NDCR, Notre Dame Cristo Rey High School. I found out about TMF a while back in September from my cousin, Orlando. He just recently speak. I never heard about it before at the time, but I knew about the impact that it made for the community. Going to TMF every week has taught me so much about like the importance of spreading love and helping others that need it the most. That bus station that we've been in was perfect. It was a perfect place to do events for people in need. We were able to serve food, provide health care, and give out donations to people that are having rough times on the streets. The streets of Lawrence this winter has been pretty harsh, and the bus station was always a place for people to get there easily and safely. And TMF was an organization, wasn't just an organization, but it was a family. And the bus station is our home, where we share countless memories and help so many amazing people in need. When you go to a dinner at the bus station on a Wednesday night, every week you start to feel more at home. What might have just been a community service hours to me turned into something I hold closest to my heart. The lessons that I've learned, the people that I've met, the lives that we have changed were all done in this bus station. I beg for there to be a way to keep this organization's location at the bus station. There are lives that could be affected by this change, so I pray that this can be justly resolved.
The next person that we have is Sandra Lopez. Okay. And the next person is Ms. Martinez. The next person is Yodali Peña.
Good evening. My name is Jadalee Pena. I'm 16 and I live on 53 Main Street in Lawrence, Massachusetts. When we talk about a community, most people think that it's a place to live, but it's much more, especially to the movement family. The movement family is a community as well, but not where people live. They depend on people for food, a place to be heard, seen, and emotionally cared for. Before joining TMF, I was very lost and in constant trouble. My uncle recently had passed, and mentally I was not okay. But while being here, I have found a sense of hope. Although these homeless people aren't my uncle, they have many struggles that are the same. And the conversations I have with homeless people, I wish I could have with him. The homeless people are often viewed as something that they are not, but they have hopes as well, and TMF cares for them. And not only that, they give them a sense of emotional validation. Lastly, these dinners not only put people in need, but teens towards the right path. Now, my question for you that are against us, how would you feel if you were put in the same predicament as the homeless people? Would you still be against us?
The next person is Hadebais. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Jade Baez Castellanos, and I live in 23 Sawyer Ave. Before I joined this program, I was going through a really hard time. I got into a fight that caused a lot of problems in my life. After that happened, I felt like I lost everything. People looked at me differently, and I felt alone, and like my entire life changed because of one mistake. When I started coming to Wednesday food meetings for community service hours, I didn't expect much, and if I'm being honest, I was just trying to get over it. First day, Michael kept telling us that he was proud of us, and for a lot of people that might not mean a lot, but to me it meant everything. Michael and most people who worked knew why I was there. They knew my charges, but Michael and others here didn't stop trying to make an effort to make me feel like I actually mattered. And I felt like I had a second chance. Homeless people aren't a liability. They deserve a second chance and someone to run to, and Michael provides that. It made me want to get better, and I know it makes a lot of homeless people who come feel like they could get better as well, and that makes me proud of them. They are like my family, and I want them to be happy as well. Those dinners became a place where I didn't feel so alone, and sitting there having conversations with people from all kinds of situations, even people without shelter, you truly get a different outlook of life. Everyone deserves someone to say that they're proud of them, and homeless people are humans just like everyone else. They have feelings and stories and struggles, and just because someone doesn't have a home or the cleanest record doesn't mean they don't deserve kindness, respect, or even a meal to enjoy. I enjoy speaking to them, and they feel like older siblings I never had. And for someone who's there for being a young offender, the Wednesday dinners help remind that there's always someone out there to help you. As well, God teaches us to care about others, and the people of Lawrence, we talk highly about God, but He teaches us to care about those especially struggling, and turning away from people who are hungry and homeless would not be something that God would want. They bring me hope and a sense of family, and they remind people that they matter, and for me, they help me feel like I belong somewhere when I felt like I lost everything. Thank you.
The next person is Inez Goulet. The next person is Christopher. Yes. Oh, okay. Got it. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Inez. I'm not a public speaker, so just bear with me, okay? I didn't write anything. I didn't know where to start off until.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, it's Inez Goulet. My address is 255 Main Street in Everett. You want me to start talking now? Sorry. So just a little while ago, we heard the mayor say to the kid with the football kid, you know, he said, thank you for your family, you know, that family is very important, okay? TMF has become my family. Without them, you know, I was homeless for 3 years, okay, outside in the streets of Lawrence, you know, for my own circumstances, whatever the case may be. And there'd be times where we didn't have, you know, you got the Lazarus House, you got the Coronum, you got, you know, the House of Mercy. Yeah, they feed you then and there. They don't let you bring anything home, you know. They don't supply you with, you know, sleeping bags and blankets and clothes and anything that you need to survive. The winters are cold out there, whether even summer nights are freezing, okay? So there's been times that, you know, even the weekend, there's nothing available. What I'm trying to say is, without them, you know, you go hungry, you go cold, you can't survive. I know people think like, being homeless, you know, most of them are addicts or they're all addicts. That's not the case, you know. I mean, and it's not just for the homeless. They feed people that, you know, Elliot actually just put me up into a place, you know, and I'm grateful for it. But I have no job. I have no money. I can't afford food. I still come and grab a plate to go, you know. Sometimes that's my dinner for the next couple of days. But in the long run, it just boils down, like, you know, whether it's you or her or him or me, okay? When we all bunch together and we're all helping each other out, yeah, it's a family, and I'm grateful for this family. My family, because of my own actions, turned their back against me. So, you know, I just think about it.
Thank you. The next person is Christopher Demaine.
Good evening, Council President Rodriguez and members of the City Council. My name is Christopher Demaine, and I'm here tonight to speak about something that can't be measured in square footage, budgets, or storage capacity. I'm here to speak about character.
Just your address for the record, please.
Say again?
Your address for the record, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Christopher Demaine, 99 Club Crossing, Salem, New Hampshire.
Thank you.
I'm here to speak about character. Michael Gorman is a man of integrity. He doesn't just talk about helping people. He shows up constantly for those often two other who can't be unheard. Through the movement family, he has created something rare, a place where people experiencing homelessness are not judged, but welcomed, not managed, but supported, not ignored, but known. And it all started at the Buckley bus station. The space is more than a location. It's where a vision took root. It's where people come together every Wednesday night to find resources, connection, and something even more important, dignity. I also want to share something personal. I am a recovering alcoholic. There was a time when I had lost my sober home, and I was searching for direction. I asked God for help. God, in return, gave me Nancy Gorman, who led me to Michael Gorman, and through that connection, I found a new perspective and a new way of life. That's the impact of Michael Gorman. I have great respect for the Lawrence Police Department and all they do to keep the city safe. But tonight's decision isn't just about logistics, it's about legacy. As we approach America's 250th anniversary, I ask you to remember that cities aren't remembered for the buildings that are protected, but for the people they chose to lift up. Robert F. Kennedy once said of his brother, he saw the wrong and tried to right it. He saw the suffering and tried to heal it. That's exactly what Michael Gorman is doing here in Lawrence. The question before you here tonight is simple. Do we make room for vehicles, or do we make room for humanity? Because buildings can store equipment anywhere. What Michael is building cannot be replaced. I ask you to protect not just a space, but a mission, and allow the movement family to continue its work where it all began. Thank you.
The next person is Victor Otero.
Hello, everyone. My
name
name
and
is
address
Victor
for the
Otero,
record.
400 Andover Street, Lawrence, Mass. I'd like to say thanks for having us tonight, everybody from City Council right in front of us. But before I get started, I prayed to God today, and I was like, God, just be there. I'm super nervous. Like, just be there with me today, please. You know what? And He showed up. Look at everybody. God sent my family to be by my side. We're going to be by each other's side through the end, regardless of what happens tonight. But like I said, my name is Victor. And I'm not just here as a volunteer, I'm here as someone who's also walked the path of the awesome people that TMF serves. I know too well what it's like to go through it. I know what it's like to feel invincible. But what I now know most is that a sense of family can be one of the only things that can keep hope alive. That's what the movement family does. I'm proud that there is hope. When I was in my despair, it wasn't just a hot meal that changed my trajectory. It was the fact that someone saw me as a human being. And that's what TMF does. TMF is not just a food line for the unhoused, for the down and out, and for all the people of Lawrence. It's a place to find true family. That's what the movement family does. For many of your citizens, what we are discussing here today is the difference between their despair or their moments of dignity. That's what the movement family does. I personally, you know, like I said, I'm coming from experience. I am a recovering alcoholic myself. You know, just right across the street from House of Mercy, living in a tent, you know, and I just happened to be walking down Broadway one day and I saw the movement family. I just couldn't understand what I was seeing. It was just like the most beautiful thing. People there, 8 o'clock at night, pitch black, freezing, and they're smiling. It doesn't get any better than that, you know? So I just knew right then and there, you know, I just wanted to be a part of something more than myself, you know? And that just started the next few years of my life, you know, and I ended up growing up side by side. Michael's significantly younger than me, but I look up to him. You know, I look up to the whole movement family organization. You know, like I said, I was able to grow. I got into a shelter with their help. I got into a rooming board house, you know, like I'm proud to say that today I'm a recovery coach now. I meet people where they are, help them where they need to be or where they want to be. I show them their true potential. I got a lot of that through Michael. You know, so I'm asking all of you guys today to extend the permit. Let TMF keep doing this awesome thing for our city. Help us show that we will never forget about them, that we won't give up on them, because I am living proof that when you support someone, that they can always find their way back. I ask you all to become TMF with us all.
Your time is up. Thank you. The next person is June Fisher. Can you get the mic for her, please?
Oh, I can get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, though. Good evening, members of the City Council. Thank you for having us here.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is June Fisher. I live at 38 Smiley Avenue, Haverhill, Mass. I'm here tonight to ask you to please allow TMF to continue hosting the Wednesday night community dinners at the bus station. For the past several years, the dinner has been far more than just a meal. It's become a lifeline for people in our community who are struggling with homelessness, poverty, loneliness, and hardship. Every Wednesday night, people show up, not just because they're hungry, but because they know someone will treat them with dignity, respect, and kindness. A lot of people refer them simply as the homeless, but to those who serve them, they are human beings with names, stories, and lives that didn't go the way that were planned. They are veterans, parents, people who lost jobs, people battling illness, and people who simply fell through the cracks. My fiance's motorcycle club and I have been helping with these dinners for the past 3 years. During the time, we've gotten to know many of these individuals personally. They're not strangers to us anymore. They are part of our community. Some have even spent holidays and cookouts at my home with my own family. That's what happens when you stop seeing people as a problem and start seeing them as what they are, people. The reality is that homelessness is not shrinking, it's growing. In Massachusetts, homelessness has increased more than 50% in recent years, making it one of the fastest growing crises in our state. Right here in the Merrimack Valley, hundreds of people rely on shelters, community services every night just to survive. For many who attend the Wednesday dinner, their meal may be the only hot meal they receive that week, but just as important as the food is a human connection. It reminds them that they are not invisible. It reminds them that somebody still cares. If these dinners stop, the impact will not be just empty stomachs. It will be lost hope. So tonight, I leave you with this. The question is whether these people will still be hungry tomorrow, and the question is whether our community will choose to turn its back on them or to choose compassion. Because the true measure of community isn't how it treats the comfortable, it's how it treats the people who have the least. So please allow TMF to continue serving those who need it. Thank you for your time.
The next person is Cano Xavier.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Cano Xavier. I'm a lifelong resident of Lawrence. I'm here tonight to speak in support of extending the agreement that allows TMF to continue serving our community. Earlier in my life, I took part in...
Address, please.
Sure, I'm sorry about that. Cano Xavier, 102 River Point Way, Lawrence, Mass. Earlier in my life, I took part in criminal activity. I spent years in and out of incarceration. In 2020, after being released from prison, I made a decision that I didn't want to live that way anymore. I wanted to become someone who contributed to my community instead of harming it. Upon my release, I started volunteering locally. That's when I found TMF. At first, I simply just donated clothes for my closet, gathered supplies, and helped however I could, but that ended up changing my life. Because of that work, I entered the human services field. Today, I hold an associate's degree from Northern Essex Community College. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's at UMass Lowell. I'm a certified recovery coach, and I'm working toward a license in addictions counseling. I now work professionally with multiple organizations serving individuals struggling with addiction, mental health challenges, incarceration, and homelessness across the Merrimack Valley. The same people I serve professionally are the same people we help every Wednesday night. TMF has created something powerful in Lawrence. It's brought together lifelong residents, young volunteers, students, and families who want to help. And at the center of it all is Michael Gorman. Mike has built something special in the city. He's created a safe space where people feel seen, safe, and supported. He's building a legacy of compassion and community in Lawrence. History remembers the moments when leaders chose to support movements that uplift the people. Tonight, you have an opportunity to be a part of that legacy. And before I close, there's a phrase that I carry with me in this work, and that's "we all we got." And when I say we, I don't just mean TMF, their supporters, volunteers, and the people you see here today. I also mean you, the City Council of Lawrence. You are a part of that we. And at a time when the world is full of chaos and division, our responsibility is to focus on community and love that we have right here at home. So tonight, we simply ask you to extend this agreement, stand with the people who show up every week to serve others, and be a part of that legacy that we are building. One that's going to be remembered and written into the history books of the city of Lawrence forever. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, public participation is over unless we got a motion to extend it. Otherwise, we can just go straight to the item and the discussion. So all these names are going to be submitted for the records. We have received also over hundreds of emails with letter of support. Yes. And we can't in public participation unless we get a motion to extend the time passing the 30 minutes.
But are you guys even listening to us? Because I see you guys talking about each other. That's not right.
Excuse me. All right, going on top of the agenda, public participation is closed. We are submitting this name for the record. We have received from TMF hundreds of emails, and thank you for the emails. So, we go in public hearing. We have no public hearings. Communication from the mayor. We have no communication from the mayor. Budget and Finance Committee. We got Madam Claire, the chair from the Budget and Finance Committee. Please present this item. Item 6226.
Thank you, Council President. Through you. The Budget and Finance Committee met last week, and we only have one item to present to the full council, which is item 62-26, SEIU Local 888 Supervisors and Administrators Union Collective Bargaining Agreement, better known as a CBA, which is a transfer in the amount of $106,570 from current year salary reserve and other accounts to various salary funds to fund this CBA. This item was sent up to the full council as a favorable recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
There is a motion on the table. Properly second discussion. Been properly second discussion. I know that Gustavo, Ceballos, she's here.
Oh, she's here.
Come over. So, councilors, any questions in regard to SEIU Local 888 Supervision Administrator Union Collective Bargaining Agreement? Why? Ms. Ceballos?
Good evening, councilors. Again, this is the appropriation request to fund the SEIU union agreement. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them.
All right.
I have one question.
Okay. Chair from the Budget and Finance Committee, Stephanie Fante.
Thank you. Through you, Council President. I apologize, I didn't think of this during the Budget and Finance, but is this the last SEIU contract, CBA that we need to approve, or do you have more coming?
We have 3 more.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions, councilors? At this time, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. There is no report from the Housing Committee. Madam Chair, from the Ordinance Committee, entertain item 38725.
Council President, before to start with that item, I would like to go to item 7326.
All right, if there is no objections on item to take out of order, item 7326. There is no objection, Madam Chair from the Ordinance Committee, Vice President Levy.
Item 7326 is Jesus Transforming Life. It was sent to the full council with favorable recommendation. It was sent to the full council with pending the approval, the availability of the day, because they said that it was a mistake that July 25 and 26, but the day requested was July 24 and 25. I don't know if somebody, oh, okay, thank you. Can you say your name and address, please?
Yes, Wilmary Peralta, address 31 Hoffman Avenue in Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Let me finish. I'm doing as a formal motion, yes.
So that was sent out to the full council as a recommendation?
With favor recommendation, yes.
And what's
Just pending, the motion was favor recommendation pending the approval of the day. That was a mistake that
Okay.
they did it at the park.
All right, there is a motion is to approve?
Just to approve.
Okay. Second. It's been properly second. Discussion. Madam Clerk, do you have the confirmation of the date?
She said that she's gonna bring it today.
It's here.
Do you have it there?
Yes.
Can you do you mind providing it to us?
Please.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Fine.
Yes, it's already approved.
All right, Councilor, the clerk have the approval right now. Discussion?
Is that the right day? So what's the,
Councilor Blunt?
what's the right day?
What is the right date, Madam Chair?
The day is 24 and 25 of July 24, 25, 2026.
And the clerk can say that that's
At
in
the
that-
Campanon Park.
That's
Yes.
in there? Okay, I'm good,
Yes.
thank you.
So the time is from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 13 hours. So tell us.
Setup time, because there's setup time, so that's
So you
why
got
we-
an event of 12 hours, about 11, 10
It's
hours?
not, it'll be, the event will start officially at 4, but because of setup time, the director allowed me to have it from 8 to 9.
Okay. And that's around the stage area only?
Correct.
All right. All right, any other questions? All right, at this time, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Madam Chair from the Ordinance Committee?
Yes, item
Thank you.
7426 is the 5-day of worship for 2026 at the O'Neill Park, August 26 to August 30, 2026, from 1 to 8.
1 p.m. to 8 p.m.
O'Connor Park, yes,
From 1 to 8.
yes.
What's the motion?
Hold on 1 second. That was sent to the full council with favor recommendation, and I made it as a formal motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second discussion. I hear no discussions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Congratulations. Madam Chair from Ordinance Committee?
Yes, item 7626, I'm sorry, 7526 is the raining in the valley. It's going to be at the Campanon Common Parks, August 21st to August 22nd, 2026, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. That was sent with favor recommendation, and I make it as a formal motion.
There's a motion on the table, properly second discussion. Is the applicant here today?
Yeah, they be here today.
Are they here today?
Yeah, maybe they be outside. Yes.
All right, any questions, councilors?
What item is this again? Sorry.
7526.
Thank you.
You're supposed to be here.
All right.
They were here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it says it right there on the notes.
All right, any questions, councilors?
No problem, but
I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Chair from Ordinance Committee?
So the following item is 6726 is the renewal of asset to Buckley Garage for the weekly meal for the homeless and related service that was sent there as the committee report, and I make it as a formal motion.
There is a motion to accept this item as a committee report. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Properly second, discussion on the committee report only.
I just have a general question. Is this a permit or a license? Nowhere in this document does it say what exactly they're asking for. They reference permit inside the body of the email, but it was unclear. I just
Madam Clerk?
was curious.
The city council has the authority to issue permits to use any city park or facility. So the Buckley is a facility, so you are issuing a permit to use that facility.
So it's a permit.
It's a permit.
Thank you.
It's a 2-year permit.
Is that they are requesting a 2 years permit to be able to use the Buckley garage. This is a committee report, which means that we are going to be discussing this item at this time here. So to accept the committee report, councilors, I'll call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Can who second the motion for the committee report? Councilor Reyes. Now we have the item here, item 6726, which is the renewal of the access to Buckley Garage for the weekly meal for the homeless and related services. This is a 2 years license, permit, sorry. Thank you, Councilor. This is a permit, and now we are going to be discussing this item. We have received hundreds of emails and support, and councilors have also received opposition letters of this item. So now we are going to be discussing this item. Councilors, to be able to discuss this, I need a motion.
Motion to approve?
There is a motion to
Second.
approve. Properly second, discussion. Councilor Infante. Before we start with the discussion, I'm sorry about that. We are going to be reading the position of the mayor. Why this is important? Because the mayor can veto any type of resolution that we take or any type of action. So, Madam Clerk, for the record, please read the position of the mayors of the city of Lawrence.
Reads, Honorable Council President Rodriguez and esteemed members of the City Council. Over the past 3 years, the City of Lawrence has demonstrated a consistent and good faith commitment to supporting vulnerable populations within our community. In partnership with the Movement family, the city has permitted the use of the Buckley Garage for weekly meal. Closer? Sorry. Much closer, but. Despite operational and public health challenges at the site, including unsanitary conditions, the city has honored its commitment and supported TMF's important work. However, the scope of the homelessness in Lawrence has increased significantly. During this period, the homeless population has more than doubled. This rise is not solely attributable to local conditions. There are credible concerns that other municipalities are failing to address their own homelessness challenges and, in some instances, are effectively shifting that burden onto Lawrence. Reports of individuals being dropped off in the areas such as Manchester Street and Broadway, as well as throughout North and South Lawrence, underscore this concern. Homelessness presents complex challenges that place significant and often unbudgeted strains on municipal resources, including police, fire, sanitation, healthcare, and social services. It raises public health concerns, including the spread of infectious disease and untreated mental health conditions, and contributes to increased use of emergency services. Public spaces such as parks, sidewalks, and garages are increasingly impacted, limiting access for residents and affecting quality of life. The economic and community impacts are equally significant. Businesses report decreased foot traffic, sanitation issues, and increased security costs. Municipal expenditures related to emergency responses and services continue to rise, placing additional burdens on taxpayers. At the same time, residents experience growing concerns and fatigue at the visibility of the crisis as the visibility of the crisis intensifies. The root cause of homelessness, including the lack of affordable housing, economic inequality, and insufficient access to mental health, addiction, and reentry services remain unaddressed at a systemic level. Meanwhile, individuals experiencing homelessness face extreme vulnerability, including exposure to violence, severe weather, and barriers to employment and housing due to lack of documentation. While TMF and other nonprofit organizations continue to provide valuable services, the current trajectory is not sustainable. Lawrence cannot continue to serve as a regional default for homelessness services, including the concentration of services and facilities that other communities have declined to host. The mayor believes that meaningful progress requires a coordinated response among nonprofit organizations, municipalities, and the Commonwealth. To that end, my office has initiated outreach to Governor Maura Healey to begin formal discussions on a regional and statewide approach. We are awaiting confirmation of a meeting date. I respectfully request that the City Council join in this effort. The Chief of the Lawrence Police Department has raised legitimate public safety concerns, and it is imperative that any future actions prioritize the safety, health, and overall well-being of our residents. In light of these conditions, the mayor is not inclined at this time to continue utilizing the city-owned facilities for services such as meal distribution. Instead, nonprofit organizations should coordinate and identify appropriate locations within their own capacity to provide these services. Notwithstanding the foregoing and in recognition of the immediate needs of the movement family, the mayor is willing to provide temporary relief in the form of a short-term extension of the current use of the Buckley garage. This extension is intended solely to allow sufficient time to secure an appropriate alternative location. The mayor respectfully defers to the City Council to determine the duration and terms of such an extension, should it choose to grant one. The situation requires urgency, coordination, and shared responsibility. Lawrence has acted with compassion and leadership, but it cannot continue to carry this burden alone. I look forward to working collaboratively with the City Council, state partners, and community organizations to develop a sustainable path forward. Respectfully submitted, Brian A. DePena, Mayor of Lawrence.
All right. I'll continue with the discussion. In the meantime, Councilor Infante, she have asked for the discussion. Councilor Infante.
Council, through you, Council President. I watched the discussion that occurred during the Ordinance Committee last week, and a big chunk of it was, I heard my colleague, Councilor Del Rosario, talk about a Plan B and growth and how does that look like. Because of what I heard, I actually researched online financial filings of TMF, and just so happens that this was asked tonight during the public participation as well. And it brings up some concern. I don't know where the organization is currently right now for FY 2025, but I was only able to find reports on FY 2024, and it shows that the organization is in a negative approximately for that fiscal year, $7,905. And I also learned that as a 501c3, about 96% of the budget comes from donations and contributions. So that, what I listened on throughout the Ordinance Committee, and then when I looked at the numbers, and this is, I was looking for further details, but the only thing I could find online was an overview, generic overview of FY24. And to me, that raised a concern because what I heard a lot throughout that discussion also is the city being a partner with finding a location. Some of our locations, whether we grant the Buckley garage or we partner with TMF for another location, some of these locations do require leasing, require rent. And say if we had to go to Plan B, could TMF afford, even at a discounted rate, of rent for a space, for municipality space? And so I sense, and I could be wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I sense that there was some frustration when asked about a Plan B. But these are serious questions that should be taken in consideration, especially when it's an growing organization, because you don't know where you're going to be 5-10 years from now. And I guess my question, if I may, to the founder TMF, have you guys started working on a succession plan in case should you would have to rent or lease a space to continue weekly dinners and/or, can I finish my question? And/or, say if TMF grows to the point where you're able to hire mental health services in-house, where all these donated services just get to the point where these organizations have to prioritize, say, more of their day-to-day operations. So should the organization get to that level, is there a plan to bring it up and not be in the red moving forward?
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Michael Gorman, 826 Riverside Drive, Methuen. So we have been in discussion of other places, especially with the uncertainty of the current permit status and if it'll get extended or not. I know I've been in touch with, recently, Pavel Payano with a location in Lawrence, as well as a couple other people. Tom and I actually participated in a meeting actually here in City Hall. I'm not sure the exact time frame, but it's around September, and I know we met prior last year as well with Octavian Spanner and some city officials, where he was actually sitting us down and really pulled up a map of Lawrence of different locations that he thought would be doable for our program. But that conversation didn't really continue. I know we tried to figure out what a couple Plan B and C was for the program. I'm not sure if you continue to communicate with Octavian after that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike, but you're not answering my question. So even if a Plan B, say we don't, hypothetically, this doesn't get approved, and the city does provide additional locations. Some of these locations would require some type of fee. My question is, what is the plan moving forward to ensure that the organization is not in the negative to continue to support the rapid growth of the organization? Because we can show you a whole map, but if the money's not there, say per se, like if a location requires, or majority of the location requires a fee, either way, there might be some conflict there. So my question is, financially, what is the plan for TMF financially today and moving forward?
Thank you for the question, Counselor. And I do understand.
Name and address for the record.
Tom Duggan, 75 Main Street, North Andover. I do understand the concern. One of the reasons why there isn't any money in the TMF account is because we don't ask for donations. We ask people to bring food. We ask people to bring blankets. We ask people to bring amenities so that nobody has to wonder, like every other nonprofit in this city that signs up for grants and asks for money and then uses it for overhead and salaries. We never wanted anybody to worry about that. But if there was a possibility, however, that we could identify a location and that the city was willing to work with us to get that location, you saw State Representative Francisco Polito came up tonight and pledged his support for TMF. We would immediately start applying for grants. We would immediately start looking for donations. And we would be fully 100% transparent, as I am with my charity bash, by posting those online. So every penny that gets donated, people could see where it was going. So up until now, you see that negative balance because we've never needed to ask for money. The community has had an outpouring of food and blankets and hand warmers and the things that people need. But now that we are looking for a Plan B, now we can shift in that direction.
Give me 1 second before you continue. There is anybody in need of translations? ¿Hay alguien que necesita traducción? No hay nadie que necesita traducción. Okay, you might continue.
So I guess my follow-up question, thank you for some of the answers. My follow-up question, I did hear that night, Councilor De Rosario mentioned these services TMF has been active for over 4 years. And there's a growth that you think it's positive. I think the council disagreed a little bit in terms of whether if it's a positive thing or not. But the question that I'm more concerned about is An organization, even a 501c3, even if 90% of what you're getting are in-kind donations, you should also always be planning for the future. To me, I'm seeing that as bad organizational management, because now we're in the situation, and now everyone's running around trying to figure out what's going to happen next, when a plan should have already been in place. Not in place, because nothing is set in stone, but something should have been working.
I don't disagree with you, Counselor, and I think it's an excellent point. Part of the problem, the reason why that is, just to explain it, is that we went to 501c3 until about a year and a half or 2 years ago, because this was really just a mission. We weren't looking to make money. We weren't looking to have a staff. Nobody gets paid. Nobody gets paid.
I did see
So,
that.
so now that we're here, now that it's grown, and I know you say some of the councils see it as a negative, the fact that there are more homeless people is not because of TMF, but the fact that there are more homeless people means maybe we should be thinking even more about how we serve these people. You know, when I was growing up, I want to make one other point. I've been hearing since this started, the chief and several others talking about how most of these people aren't from here, so why are we providing services for them? Well, I'm old enough to remember. I know our city clerk is old enough to remember, and so is Mark. Back in the 80s, when the Latino population started coming to Lawrence, and many of the white people who were here were saying they're not even from here. Why are we providing services for them? So it was a little jarring to hear from Latinos, no less. Why are we providing services from people who aren't even from here? When you take into account that the majority of the people who have homes in Lawrence are not from here. The majority of our voters are not from here. The majority of our homeowners are not from here. I thought Lawrence was the place that was welcoming and affirming and said, when you come here, we welcome you. But I haven't seen that. I'm very surprised to hear the mayor's words tonight. Very surprised. Because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be at the bus station right now.
Well, my question was around the financial portion, but thank you. I'm going to rest council president to hear the rest of the
Thank
discussion.
you. Anybody else? Councilor LaPlante.
You don't need to stand around, Tom. We're good. Thank you. We're all set. Sit down.
Okay.
So I just have some questions. I have some thoughts, but first I want to ask some questions. So when I was listening to the ordinance committee as well, you know, a lot of people were watching that meeting, by the way. So I was one of them. You're welcome. And so So we talked. I heard that the police department was very involved in having a potential use over there, and we need to flesh that out a little bit. So I see the police chief is here, and I think he's here to answer this question. So, Chief, if you wouldn't mind, through you, Council President, there's been talk about the use of the Buckley garage, and so I just want to get a sense from you as to the police department's position on that.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening to everyone here.
Chief.
You know, Councilor, that was part and parcel.
Chief, just say your name and address for the record.
Maurice Aguilar, 90 Lowell Street, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Massachusetts. You know, that is part and parcel of, a statement that I wanted to make to address some of the statements that were made last week in our absence, Councilor Plant. I don't know if you'd like for me to address that specifically at this time, or if you would like me to address it as a general matter. It's a very short statement.
I think if it incorporates the answer, I'm willing to listen to your entire position, because it's important for me to understand where the police department is on this issue.
Certainly. Councilors, I watched last week's meeting, and as I said, just because I was told that the meeting was held, and I just wanted to take good? All right. I just wanted to get an idea of what was going on, and first and foremost, I want to respectfully thank the City Councilor Del Rosario and some of the others who found it important to get our point of view as well as it relates to this. First and foremost, I do respect the passion and quite frankly the strategy made by those in favor of this particular permit. But I have to disagree with some of the inferences that were made. I speak for the entire police department and for many of the people in our community. I could say, look, at this point, there's no one against those that are poor, those that are hungry, those that are in need. I think that, the issue of homelessness, mental illness, substance abuse, this is a national issue, and this is something that, affects us all. Everyone here is certainly entitled to feel loved, to feel safe, to have a home, to have something to eat. That is not the issue here. That is not what we're talking about in any way, shape, or form. The inferences that I must disagree with relative to the LPD outreach that has been done. The Lawrence Police Department is just a police department. You know what I mean? We're not the legislative branch. We're trying to do the very best that we can, and we do recognize some of the needs of some of the people within the community. Just as a general idea of some of the things that we've done, we created the behavioral health unit. So I think that we have embraced and been very active with non-traditional response model, trying to balance compassionate outreach with appropriate enforcement when necessary. The behavioral health unit now encompasses a total of 35 community partners during our weekly hub meetings. And in that regard, we coordinate follow-up services, identify at-risk individuals. We provide detox programs, counseling, long-term support, and a ton of outreach efforts in that regard. We've helped hundreds, not 100, but hundreds of individuals access detox services. And we also assist with aftercare planning. Our approach is easy. We assist with aftercare planning, and we approach and we prioritize dignity and respect for all of the people that we encounter. Over the last 12 months alone, we have conducted approximately 215 Section 12s, and that's a psych evaluation, not voluntary, but through the court systems. We've also, effectuated 89 Section 35s, and that's involuntary commitment for those with substance abuse that pose a danger to themselves or others. So we can go on to the outreach and encampment outreach. Our officers and clinicians offer services, crisis intervention, resource referrals. We have been very active on that. And we have responded to overdose, over 105 overdoses during this particular period, and which is a significant also reduction of 305 overdoses recorded in 2022. So that's because of our recognition of the program, of the problem, and our recognition that we need to think out of the box, and that we need to create partnerships, and then we need to address this as best we can. And again, we're a law enforcement agency. That's got to be something that has to be understood. And I challenge anyone from any other community to say that their department has done more than we have for those people in need. Now, with that said, the city is growing. The city is developing, okay? And as part of that growth, the Lawrence Police Department has now have a new building. And that new building, unfortunately, at this time, we have no parking. We have no space. And I need a place to store our vehicles. And we have been, the Buckley garage has been afforded to us, and we're going to utilize the Buckley garage in order to store the vehicles, and in order to put together a sort of a little mini CPOP office there, where I want officers on bicycles so they can patrol the downtown areas, the alleyways, the parks, and all that. So, again, with the argument made here, I met with TMF approximately 8 to 9 months ago, so I want to clarify something. I wanted to let them know that the time was running out. I wanted to get some leverage for them to understand what my intention was insofar as moving this thing along. And that was 8 or 9 months ago. So there was ample time to look for or establish some sort of alternative plan. And to this day, I haven't heard any plans to the alternative. We begin now. Now, I'm unaware that any such efforts have been made. Now, the consequence to having this at the park, and again, we're not voting against those people, is something that's of an unintended consequence. They attract out-of-towners and out-of-town individuals. And this is referenced, and this is seen not only by TMF's own account, but by the numbers that we've seen. In 2024, we had 180 identified homeless individuals within the city. That grew in 2025 to 320 individuals. In 2026, we have 363 individuals. That number is going to continue to rise. Now, I'm not saying that getting rid of a weekly dinner for 3 hours is the cause, the root cause of it all. But there are unintended consequences, like I said. We have trash. We have trash that winds up in our rivers, in our riverbanks. Okay, we have the issues of feces, needles, and crime. Just 2 weeks ago, I had 10 vehicles broken into at the Buckley garage. 10 in one night. That wasn't done by the residents who parked the car there for security and safety. I leave it to you to use reasonable, the reason to see what happened. And again, who's left to clean this up? Who's left to expend the resources? Lawrence, this community. We expend the resources, do all the cleanups. We expend the personnel, the efforts, and everything else to address also the resources that are required to everything that goes out there, that happens, that is an unintended consequence of that. And I'm not blaming Mr. Duggan. I'm not blaming TMF Corporation. I'm not blaming Mr. Mike. I'm not saying any of that. They're trying the very best, and I believe in what they've done. In fact, I've served dinner dinners myself over the course of the years. But it's getting out of hand, and we have to start thinking of something different. You heard here individuals that are coming from Everett, Haverhill, Maine, what have you. It's growing, it's attracting. We're having an unintended consequence, and we have to think out of the box about how we're going to approach it. And again, I'm not opposed to the program, and certainly I'm not proposing a rush to move TMF out of the parking garage. But I'm also not proposing a rush to approve another 2-year permit. We need to think. I don't understand why, out of 8 years, I believe, that TMF has been here or has grown, I don't understand why we haven't talked to other surrounding communities so that they can share the burden, so that we can have a partnership, that we can address the needs of everyone here. Why not? Why hasn't the Methuen City Council been approached in this matter? North Andover City Council, Andover City Council, why have they not been approached with these ideas of how we can provide the services that are needed here, that are needed by everyone behind us? Why do we bear the burden for that? And why hasn't that been done? I'm just saying, we need to think out of the box. And I'm willing to work with TMF. I'm willing to work with Mr. Duggan. I'm willing to go to other city councils. I'm trying to figure out how regionally we can address this problem. But it's a regional problem. It's a national problem. It's not a Lawrence problem. And so every time and every year and every permit and every time that we continue to go on and on and on with no plan in sight, with no evolution of a plan in sight, we keep concentrating and that population keeps growing and growing and growing. I'm just saying, look, I'm willing to work with everyone here. I'm willing to work for an alternative. My office is always available. I'm willing to provide whatever services are needed. I'm not rushing anyone out of here. I believe in the beauty of what is happening here. And I believe that Mr. Gorman has a place in heaven because of that, to be honest with you. All I'm saying from a practical standpoint, the amount of homeless individuals that we have identified within this community constitute about 1%. Who speaks for the other 99%? I wonder what the city council in Methuen is going to say when we go in there proposing this. What are they going to say to the constituents? And I just want to say one more thing before I finish. The decision by the mayor, because I heard an outburst over there, was not easy. I met with the mayor several times. Not supporting this was the very last thing that the mayor wanted to do. The mayor spoke to me several times. What can we do? How can we do it? We looked at maps. We've looked at every alternative under the sun. But the problem is that it always falls on us. Mr. Duggan said too, find us another location. Is that incumbent upon us to find him another location? Mr. Duggan also has numbers about how many tax lien properties in the city of Lawrence. Well, how many in Methuen? Did we ask? How many in North Andover? Did we ask? But think about it. How and why is that not an option? Anyways, I will close it off. That is our position. I respectfully request that you deny this permit. And again, we stand ready to work with anyone in order to find an alternative that is not necessarily a burden on Lawrence. Thank you.
All right, councilors, any other questions?
I saw the floor.
You still have the floor, Councilor
Sure.
LaPlante.
I think we're all set, Chief. For now, thank you very much. So,
Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
Remind me, how long has the TMF been using the Buckley? 4 years. Thank you. Have these?
No, wait a minute.
4 years.
The
at
last
Buckley?
time we approved it was for 2 years. Prior to that, 2017, around that, it was another, like 2-3 years.
Dan
So it's-
Rivera threw us out of the bus station when this mayor came in, after he was inaugurated. You people, the council approved us for 3 more years, and it took almost a year to get that done. So now we're here. You gave us that if you read the permit, it's a 3-year permit. So we haven't been at the bus station the entire time. For at least 4 years, we were in South Lawrence on a private lot that's no longer available for us.
No, wait a minute. Because, I mean, as far as I remember, it have to be more than 5 years. Mr. Gunn, do you mind checking on that? Because originally was at the Buckley, and we approved that a couple of times, at least twice.
Yeah, so we started at the Buckley in 2018. We transitioned over to 2 South Broadway from 2018 to 2022. And now we've been at the Buckley since 2022 to present date.
So
almost 4 years.
Almost 4 years. Okay.
Thank you. So do we, Mr. Gorman, since you're there, were there any permit fees required at all during either time at the Buckley? Did you have to pay anything for a permit fee to have access to the garage?
No permit fee.
No permit fees. I don't have in our packet you said there was an agreement that we voted on 2022, I think.
And then 2024.
In 2024. Do we have an updated permit packet of obligations, roles, responsibilities, responsibilities the city has in doing it, responsibilities that TMF has in staying there and cleanup and other things? Is there a document like that?
I went to clerk's office, I would say, about a month or 2 ago to get on the agenda to file the extension for the Buckley. I know the permit is on file, but in regard to like details, it was strictly the time frame of 8 to 11 because at that time the buses were still running, and then it was basically just time, not arriving until 7:45 until the last bus left. That's basically only the requirements that were on the permit.
So no strings attached, no fees, and the thing that we agreed upon apparently was the time. When the business of the day of the bus is finished and to a certain point, there was that's the entirety of the agreement. Is that close to accurate?
Accurate, but when I mean like we went into the Buckley garage and very active when we got that renewal of the permit of just the public. And when I mean these young individuals behind me actually staying until after 11 o'clock, emptying all the bins, cleaning it up. We left that place spotless. When I mean walking into the bus station on a Wednesday night, pretty messy. Leaving that bus station for the city, we made sure that place was immaculate. So we've done a lot of good as a program, and we're getting people off these streets of Lawrence. I can't tell you how many individuals got up to the young Lawrence kids actually from the city, not just outsiders.
I get that. So there was somebody in public participation said something. My colleague from District E mentioned something about the money. I don't know much about this. I mean, I think there's a Secretary of State, and I think there's the Attorney General, and apparently there's money. Are you up to date on all the paperwork through both the Secretary of State and the Attorney General's office? Are you up to date on both?
Yep, Secretary of State's up to date. We just went through a transition through a treasurer, filed an extension, filed a recent extension, but everything is up to date. We're a grassroots program that hasn't applied for not one single grant. So everything has just been donations from the public just to feed the people on the streets.
And so your Secretary of State's clear. How about the AG's office? Are you clear there? Is everything up to date there
Yep,
as well?
everything's up to date as well. Correct, yep.
Okay.
Mr. Gordon, do you know what that means?
The
When you're
Secretary
clear-
of State, we just recently updated the Treasurer, the Secretary, President, we just recently
The
updated
Attorney
it.
General, what the Councilor LaPlante just asked. So you say that you're up to date, but I mean, you know what that means, that question means, truly?
About the,
The Attorney General's office, and what is the requirement for
okay,
nonprofit
maybe not
organization?
entirely then, no, I just thought it was basically the board.
No.
And filing
It's
the-
not just that.
Okay.
It's a lot more than that. Councilor Brown.
Well, now I'm intrigued. Do you have information? I mean, I'm trying to get answers. Do you have the answers to the questions regarding the AG's office?
Well, essentially, what they require is the taxes.
Okay, yeah, we filed an extension for the taxes. We're on point with filing the taxes, correct?
Okay.
But just trying to understand totally with that question, like,
Well-
I don't understand where we're going with that.
No, so I think that a lot of nonprofits, you have to register and have, with the Secretary of State's office.
Which we have.
Which are good.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, there's a requirement with the Attorney General's office as well. And so just a basic question, I think, for example, when CDBG monies are doled out, these are places that are traditionally looked at to make sure people are up to speed. Or it's paperwork stuff and making sure that the organization is doing the right thing with giving notice and the proper information so the entire world, it's noticed so everybody can see and be transparent. I hate to use that language again, but transparent and open about what the organization is about. And so that's why there's these requirements so to post and to put this information in. So that's the reason for the question.
Okay.
Because I thought I heard something earlier, and I was unclear on that. So I wanted to ask. You're the principal, right? You're the
president. Correct.
President of the organization. So I would ask you that question if you're up to date on the criteria and the requirements that need to be posted. So that's why I'm asking you that question.
Okay, sounds good.
So essentially, the council plan on the AG's office website, the annual filing for that or any type of documents related to the annual filing, there was no document found for the organization, and also that charity registration document.
That's because we
there
filed the extension.
And then on the charity registration document, there was no document found on the AG's office or website.
We filed an extension though. That's why it's not up to date right there.
And what about the charity registration documents?
Say it one more time.
So the registration document with AGs, have you guys registered with AGs?
Yeah, we have a board of directors, so we filed the extension for that piece. Everything's pretty much up to date. I'm just trying to understand where we're going with going with this.
No. I mean, there is information that have get to the council when it comes to a nonprofit organization, and we need to make sure that everything is up to date. When that question was asked, that's why I ask you if you know what that means, because even though there is a board of trustees within the organization, there is requirements that are needed when it comes to the Secretary of State, which you guys are fine there, and also with the AG's office, which is basically filing the documentations when it comes to taxes, and also filing the registration documents for the organization as well. So that's why we want to make sure, like, if you knew exactly the questions, and that way you can get you can provide proper answers.
Mr. Council President, with all due respect, and to Councilor LaPlante, with all due respect, usually, and you guys all know how this works, but the people at home might not, so I don't want questions being put in their heads that are not appropriate. Usually, the financial questions get asked when people come before this council asking for money. TMF's not asking for money, and I think this is kind of a red herring. TMF is not asking for money. We don't want money. We don't want your money. We want a facility that we can do it on our own. We don't ask for anything other than, can we have the facility? And I'm glad that the chief has now said that he's willing to work with us, because when we sat with him, and I said, we're willing to work with you if you can help us find a location, he said, we don't want you here. Go to Methuen, go to North Andover, we don't want you in the city. So I'm glad that now he's willing to work with us now that it's public, but the fact is, he brought up the issue of the woman from Everett. Did you hear what she actually said? Or did you just hear Everett? Because what she said was she was on the streets of Lawrence, and TMF got her housing, and now she's in Everett. TMF is getting people out of the city. People aren't coming here for the services. They're coming here for the drugs. And the fact that there's more people coming means that we should be more attentive to their needs so that they have food and blankets, and we could try and transition them out of the city. And one more question I'd like to answer. We have met with other communities, but they're not in Methuen. They're not in North Andover, because that's not where the drugs are. They're not in Andover, they're not in North Reading. They're here, because this is where the drugs are.
No. Point of information, drugs is all over the place. There's no way that there's only allowance So let's put that clear out there.
Nobody said it's only in Lawrence, but this is where the problem is.
No, but I mean.
And that's according to the
point of
U.S. Attorney,
information.
U.S. Attorney Lelling.
Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
You're all set, Tom. Mr. Duggan, I'm
Thought
all
we
set.
weren't doing this.
Thank you. So my,
Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
thank you. So one of the things the number jarring that the police chief gave regarding the homeless and the rise since
Please.
2024
Councilor
through
LaPlante,
2026.
Councilor LaPlante, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Please, let's maintain order so we can keep on going with the discussion. And that way we can take a vote on the permit. Essentially, that's what we need, and that's what we want. Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
Thanks. So I met with some planning department officials this past weekend, and the number of homeless, the number that they gave me was far in exceedance of the number the chief actually gave. I got a number of 783 homeless. There's a tremendous spike that's going. I was shocked when I heard that number come from.
Where do you got that number from?
From the planning department officials in the city. I got a number of 783.
783?
Homeless.
And that was the official survey that they did on a specific day?
That's the number
of
that
the
I
year?
got from them, that they said to me, this is the number that it was, and this is the number that it is now. So.
Councilor LaPlante?
So anyway, so either way, we know that the point here, whether it's 783 or 692 or 523, the numbers are going like this. And that's the most important thing. It is spiking upwards. That's what we need to know. As you just mentioned, it could go at different points. But it's a major problem. I want Mr. Gorman to stand up one more time.
Mr. Gorman?
Mr. Gorman, I'm impressed by you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Never gotten so many emails from people who are so impassioned about their issue and the kind words that they have about you. It is truly inspirational to see how one person can make a difference. I may have a difference of opinion regarding the use of a public place like the Buckley garage. I may have a difference of opinion regarding how I think an organization should go, be better planned perhaps, not take things for granted, a little more planning. But as a person who is leading an organization that has had the kind of impact and the testimonials that I've heard this evening, and not just tonight, but in the past, you are truly a remarkable person, and I'm happy to have a chance to know you, and I want you to know that publicly, because there's people like you that care about our residents and residents throughout, never mind if they're in Lawrence, Mass, Methuen, Mass, North Andover, Everett, you're touching a lot of souls. And we need more people who care. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Order! 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 Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
Thank you. So, but tonight, this is a vote on a permit. This is a vote, the police chief says that there's a need for it, for parking purposes, and we need to work on taking care of the needs as well of our municipality. I think that the vote here tonight is not on whether or not the organization is doing good work. That's not what this vote is about. This vote is about a permit to say we are going to allow a public location to be utilized for any purpose. We don't have a contract or a permit stuff. It's very amorphous. It's you just use it. Even the mayor, who has been I'm not basing my decision based on the mayor's position this evening. I took my vote 3 years ago. We all know how I voted 3 years ago. So it has nothing to do with the mayor. But even the mayor, who's been a supporter of this, has seen that at some point, we have to start looking at finding ways that others can get involved in helping this regional problem out. And I'm going to differ. Yes, we have a drug problem. And as the council president says, we're not the only place that's got a drug problem. Yes, we have a drug problem. But we also have a lot of services here. We do. We do. You know why? We have a lot of great people in our city who want to do a lot of good work. People like you come into our city if you don't live here and you want to help. whether you're at St. John's Prep or all the different groups. I hate to bring out my kids went to school. All the different groups that have come from various places to get involved, right? They're amazing, and they get something out of it. But we cannot do this all on our own, and that's the point. And maybe the other point is too, what has this organization done to try to find the plan B, to try to find another location, and not just say we're reliant on your government structure for that. Mr. Duggan has said we have. The garage now has been utilized for 3 years. I would have thought on year one, we got a 3-year thing. We got a window of time. We can start working toward finding that. And yes, it's fantastic that people are providing, rather than money, as Mr. Duggan says, they're providing the blankets, they're providing the food, they're providing, somebody said they're cutting the barbers on the cutting of the hair and the music and everything else that's provided there, the therapies and the transitions and the connections and everything that's over there, right? All the stuff that people have written to us about.
With all due respect, Council, just to answer your question, I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize. You have my apology.
I was taking a breath because I was talking a lot. But the point here is that we have to find there was time there to find a way to get to a different place. I mentioned this to people that I talked to, Council President. I'm going to single out an organization, and I'm going to regret saying this. The only reason why I'm saying this organization in 2 seconds is because I know they got a facility, but it doesn't mean that they're not responsible. They're a fantastic, well-regarded organization. Have you reached out to the Boys and Girls Club of Lawrence, which has this beautiful facility there, and said, hey, can we do something there? Have you gone to, we have so many churches in our city whose mission it is to help those who are unfortunate, who are struggling, that's their mission. Have we gone to them and said, can we partner with you? I want to know, I'm not going to be able to, and I'm not know that I want to necessarily want to stop a private entity getting together on a problem. But when you're asking government to give up a resource for
3 hours a week,
for whatever the time is, and expecting that, and expecting it, and there's expectation. We have responsibility to give the tools to our police department and others. 1 hour a week, 1 hour a week, 5 hours a week. But
Order! Councilor Blanc, you have the floor.
Almost done. So,
that's not helping. Councilor Blanc, you have the floor.
Thank you. So that's the thing, and I do think that you mentioned correctly about the drugs, but you're missing the entire part of it. People are here because we are a tremendous city. We've got a lot of resources that help people out. And in this particular case, one of the resources is this free resource called the Buckley Transportation Center that TMF is doing some fantastic stuff at. I'm done. Go ahead.
Council President.
Mr. President, can I answer his question?
Do you have it?
There really wasn't a question.
It was. You asked if we had reached out to others.
It was a statement, not a question.
He asked if we had reached out to others and why it took so long. And the fact is, it took so long because when we first got this permit 3 years ago, we sat with Octavian Spanner in the mayor's office, and we did try to find a location, and we also tried to identify other nonprofits that we could work with and other businesses that we could work with. But you had a homeless coordinator at the time that was hell-bent on stopping TMF. And every time the mayor's office actually made some grounds on this, and I give them credit, they really did try, their homeless coordinator continued to throw roadblocks in our way. And the minute the Valley Patriot wrote a story about the homeless coordinator trying to get $300,000 for her own nonprofit,
we understand now.
All of the cooperation stopped.
Mr. Duggan, let's move on the permit.
But that's his answer.
It's more important to talk about the future and not what happened in the past.
He wants to know why we waited. We didn't wait. We tried. We did try.
We got it. Thank you so much, Mr. Duggan. Any other councilors before we go?
Say something, President.
Give me 1 minute. Any other councilors have any questions before we go to the second round of questioning? Any other questions, councilors? All right, now we go into the second round of questioning. Councilor Infante.
Thank you, Council President Rodriguez. I believe my colleagues know this isn't the first time I've mentioned this when we speak about the homelessness issue, the drug issues that we have in our city. I'm one that is aware of the challenges our city faces, particularly because I used to work for Greater Lawrence Family Health Center. So I was at the table with my colleagues when we tried to get regional help when the CEO was told, we send them to you guys. We don't want to be part of it. I was there in those meetings. I've heard it myself as a counselor and as an employee. And it's really frustrating because I know this is not what you guys want to hear, but it is a brick on the city's shoulder. And I know that's hard to accept because what you're doing is a good thing, but there are many layers to this. Additionally, I'm also not oblivious to the fact of why we have this issue, and it is a drug issue. And I'm looking at the chief now because I want to ask the chief, what is the police department's plan moving forward to reduce the number of drugs in our streets? Because that is a factor.
Mr. Chief?
Wait, actually, before you answer that, I have one more thing. And also, additionally, the last time I went to a TMF, it's been a while, I want to say like a year and a half, 2 years ago. As I was walking out to go to my car, I did see an individual get off the bus with luggage to go to this. Now, I don't know if this individual went back to where they were or if they stayed in our streets. I've also have accounts of people being told directly that they stay in Lawrence because of the services. Not all. Not all. That's just a small portion. That's just a small portion.
Councilor Infante, you have the floor. Please maintain order.
And also, and I was going to say, the lack of decorum, you guys are asking us to take a vote, and you've been disrespectful the entire time, regardless if you're liking the discussion or not.
I don't understand, to be honest with you.
We are here to take a vote, and as Council President was mentioning, it's not helping. I'm right here to be completely transparent. I'm extremely annoyed, because this is an important topic, and the entire time it's just been disrespectfulness. You can see, for example, Mike Gorman, he's pissed. I can see it in his face, but he's not standing in the podium being disrespectful to the city council. And you guys are a reflection of him and his organization. So that's one point, but
Mr. Chief,
majority, or at least 50%, right? You've heard me say before, for example, homelessness, and a major factor of homelessness in our community is that we don't have affordable housing. A major factor of drug addiction and why individuals are in our communities is because of the access of drugs. So what is the police department? I know you've reported it before. What is the plan moving forward?
So what we have going on right now is I've been in contact with the new agent in charge, a special agent in charge of the whole Northeast region. And that is Special Agent 4J. It's spelled Forget. I hope I'm not killing his name. I did have him, his office as committed to coming in here, meeting with the mayor's office, and eventually he wants to make a presentation here to the city council office. Now, we haven't had that done before. I'm reaching out specifically to our federal partners and state police partners and everything else. I think that, there was a gentleman that spoke here earlier, too, talking about all of the drug busts that we are doing. Our drug unit is as active as it's ever been. But I think that, as the efforts that we put, you're going to see the frustration with drugs, and that's on a national level. The only difference is we can't be blowing boats out of the water. The very president of the United States is upset with the drug issue. He's blowing boats out of the water. Okay, they're invading Mexico with the CIA and they're killing cartel members. We are trying everything. That is a sign of the desperation that we have with drugs and our battle with drugs. Our drug unit continues to fight drugs. We continue to have relationships with the state police and everybody else who will join us to do that. And now with the DEA. And we will facilitate whatever they need, and we will partner up with whoever we can partner up with until we can reduce everything that we can as far as the drugs coming into the city. So we're fighting it, just like every other police department, like LAPD, NYPD, BPD, everywhere you go, we're doing it too.
This council right here, and maybe perhaps it's a visit to the police station, I would like an official report presentation. I know you mentioned the individual, but from the police department, on how we're going to tackle it. I know majority of those operations are confidential. You don't want the information out there. So whether we do it at the council level in executive session, or we do it, you invite 2 counselors at a time or something, but we need to know what the police department is doing, because this is a major issue in our community, and we can't be oblivious to that. And I know you're not, but.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a national crisis, I agree.
Thank you.
Any other
one
questions?
One last comment. One last.
Order. Councilor Infante, you have the floor.
One last comment I'm gonna say, and there's also been mentions about private and public conversations. Back in December, I had a conversation with Mr. Duggan over the phone, where I said to you, and it was regarding my abstention vote for the ordinance, the no encampment ordinance, and I said to Mr. Duggan, I don't know what the answer is. Because on one side, we are dealing with humans that deserve the decency and deserve the care. But on the other hand, as a counselor, I'm the one getting the calls when things are going bad. And it's hard. It's hard as a city councilor to balance that. I also want to say, hopefully, I don't know if there is a happy medium, but if we can figure out a happy medium to this, I'll be more than happy to vote. But I'm one counselor, I rarely vote as an abstention or present, and I pride myself in being a counselor that rarely votes that way. But this is a tough conversation, because there's many layers to it, and I want to hear more of my colleagues. I spoke, Councilor LaPlante spoke, I know Ordinance Committee spoke, but there's some of us aren't part of the Ordinance Committee, and I want to hear more, and hopefully.
I would really like for you to hear what I have to say. Please.
Mr. Goldman, she's part of the organization? She's part of the board? Okay, you authorize her to discuss with her?
I'm not the
No,
board,
no.
but I really-
No, but I mean,
I still have the
we do
floor.
not have public participation, I'm sorry. If you authorize by the organization to respond any of the questions that the council have, and then we're going to be able to hear you. But I mean, we receive hundreds of letters of support. I hope that you have sent one. And also, we entertain public participation, which allow us to hear the public when it comes to an issue. But right now, public participation is closed, and we are discussing strictly with the organization. And if they authorize you to speak on their behalf, and then we're happy to hear you. But in the meantime, Mr. Gammon.
Can I just say one thing?
I'm sorry, I can't. I mean, thank you so much. But we would like to open up the discussion, continue the discussion. Councilor de Rosario.
It's just one thing that I want to say to all of you guys. You guys are putting it hard to us to make a decision, and I'm about to make a motion to table, and what that's going to happen is it's going to stop everything, and you're going to lose your permit if you continue to interrupt us and talking all over us. We're trying to help you, but you're not helping us to make a decision. So if this continue, I'm going to be the one making the motion to table, no discussion, and you're going to lose completely your permit, because it's going to be overlapping the authorization. So please, let us do what we do. And I know it's a difficult time right now, and we all anxious to get out of here, and probably you want your decision, we also want to make a decision, but if you don't allow us to do it, we're not going to be able to do it. So I'm going to help my colleagues. If this continue, I'm going to make the motion to table, and the discussions will be over. So think about it. Thank you, Council President.
No problem. Any other questions, councilors? Councilor Marmo.
Through you, Council President, I want to address Mr. Gorman. With the respect and admiration that I do have for you, I want you to stand proud of your organization and don't walk back there. I want you to stand in front of that podium and speak on behalf of your organization and what the purpose is for your presence and all these volunteers and advocates, the reasoning why they are here. It means a lot for you to be standing there. So just to see you walk back there, or primarily seeing Mr. Duggan speak on behalf of you, to me, it means more to hear it from you. And I truly say that I admire you, because I understand that the work that you're doing, not everyone is willing to do it. I've also been honored enough to participate, not as much, but I've been around you guys and have participated. So I understand what it means and how the model that you guys have in feeling that this is this is a family for you guys. But I share the same sentiments as some of my colleagues here. I've noticed, and I must say that I've been on opposite sides with the administration. The mayor and I, we butted heads, but one thing I could say is that from the onset of him, when he was running for mayor, is I saw personally myself how he tried to work with you guys and have advocated, to have the movement family work out of the Buckley station. I'm not understanding the energy or the perception that, and I could be wrong, but the energy right now feels very off. And it comes across as if like this elected body is against you guys. This elected body we've consistently approved. That's why you've managed to be part of taking space in the city of Lawrence, working in the Buckley station. However, I think it's really unfair when we ask questions, and these are fair questions. It is fair to ask, have you worked with other organizations? I think it is fair to ask, have you worked with other neighboring cities and towns, because of the burden and challenges that the city, who's already facing budgetary financial strain to begin with the departments that is required for us to even be effective and efficient to run adequately. So again, Michael, I just want to say that I respect you. I admire the work that you do. And despite how some of us may vote, I have a track record of being able to separate the way I feel about an individual and how I need to vote. To me, it's business. And being part of the housing committee, being part of public safety, and being part of budget, again, along with my colleagues, we get a lot of complaints. We hear the issues when it comes to public safety matters. We hear the issues when it comes to housing matters. We hear the issues when it comes to budget, when we have the fire department that comes before us saying how there's not enough resources to allocate funding to have enough firefighters, how we don't have enough police officers in order to address the issues that we have here in the city of Lawrence when it comes to crime, or when it comes to having to address certain calls. We don't have enough resources to hire enough inspectional services employees. So I say all of this in order for you guys to gain an understanding that as elected officials here, it is definitely not an easy job. I could, in one hand, I could admire what you do, and I think that what you do is amazing, but I also have to look at this from an elected official standpoint. And when in housing, when we have a list of city-owned property that comes before us, there's a list of department heads that have to say whether they need it or not in order for us to make a decision on whether we're willing to sell these properties, correct? So I'm looking at this situation as, right now, it is being expressed that this city-owned property, this space, is needed. Is it needed right now? I don't know. I did not hear a plan from the chief in terms of if this plan is already set in place for them to use this space immediately. Is this something that they have planned for 6 months from now? I don't know. So I'm at a point where, like my colleague said, if there's a way to work with this organization, whether it's at a month-to-month basis, at will, if it's gonna, I could see myself supporting this only if it's amended. I don't see myself supporting this with the 2 years. I feel like this space, although is underutilized, with my counselor hat on, and again, separating how I feel about you, and I know the amazing work that you do, I'm looking at things from an elected standpoint, and the city comes first, and the city's needs. So if I hear a department that is stating that they need this space, and I'm gonna have to take that into consideration. So in order to work with both of you and allow you to have the time and the space to figure things out, I'm trying to see if the conversation could be had in terms of not necessarily saying no, but let's figure out if we could amend the terms and maybe add something in the language where it's like it's allowing them to use the space, but the council or the administration could revoke that if and when the city needs that space.
Yeah, Councilor Marmo, there is always, once we allow an organization or a permit, that permit could be revoked because it's a permit, it's a privilege. Definitely, I understand where you're coming from when it comes to the terms. I hear many other expressing dissent then, and also considering that you ask specific questions, I think it will be appropriate to allow the organization to respond to potentially any suggestions, and also another question that you ask them when it comes to Mr. Gordon to talk to us about from his perspective about what they doing, why they doing it so far. So yes, two questions were asked. Are you guys, is the organization willing to understand the fact that the 2 years term might not work, and also there is any other suggestions from the organizations, and just tell us more about that, if you can, please.
So in regard to like the time period?
Yes.
You mean? So I know Vivian.
So how you guys come up with the 2 years?
Say it one more time?
How you guys come up with the 2 years term?
Well, it's kind of been what we've done the last couple times. I think a 2-year period, it just like allows us an opportunity to continue to have just, the Buckley garage in our eyes has always just been an ideal location where it's been able to provide an overhead for shelter, lighting, electricity, where we tried to be on a vacant lot for 3 years, and I can't tell you how difficult that was for our program, fighting with the weather, trying to set up canopies, no electricity, being super dark and having no lighting. So the Buckley just being a safe place, you know, in regards to weather. Number two, just being in North Lawrence, the way it's centralized with individuals, I would say that like our inactive addiction, homelessness. It was sometimes difficult to get individuals to even walk across the bridge to 2 South Broadway to attend those dinners for those 3 years. Everyone on the streets of Lawrence is aware of our dinners at the Buckley Garage, and it's really just become this, I would say, this safe place. You have individuals that go to that Buckley Garage on Wednesdays that don't seek services really at all, that have found a really safe place to go. You're having individuals that won't go to the shelter like Daybreak or Lazarus. You have individuals that don't seek the soup kitchens throughout the day, and we're getting a lot of those individuals that have totally given up on life. And we have such a beautiful partnership with Spectrum Health Systems in Westboro, Mass, where they hold a few beds every single Wednesday evening. So if someone is just sick and tired and wants to get into a program, we're able to send them directly to Westboro that same night, which is really extraordinary because just to get a bed these days is extremely difficult. And the Lawrence District Court, specifically a diversion program, they have just been really blown away with sending so many of these young individuals behind me to complete community service hours due to legal involvement, that just really are just extremely excited to have them experience giving back. So I think it's combination of the Buckley just being an ideal location for the population we're serving. But when I mean you have schools all across the state of Massachusetts and young individuals behind me learning how to just give in life, I feel like we're reaching so many different people, not even just the homeless and people addicted.
Understand. Councilor Marmo, do you have any other questions or suggestions?
Again, so are you opposed to, if it's not 2 years, would you be willing to be okay with the fact that potentially it could just be a year, or it could be on a month-to-month basis? the reason why I ask is because, again, I feel like there's an expectation, and I don't know if that's part of the reason why there hasn't been a plan B, is because, to me, there's an expectation that because this is an ideal location, that you're not thinking of a plan B because this is the location. It's a prime location. So are you okay with the fact that potentially the terms could be different?
I would be open to terms being different. Obviously, 2 ideas would be super ideal to us, but even if it was, say, a year, obviously that would still mean a lot to us to be able to utilize that space for that time being.
Okay. And I'm not sure if this was mentioned. I know Mr. Duggan may have touched on it, but I didn't get to hear a concise answer. Seeing that the elected body from Methuen has drastically changed, it's new elected members, was there conversations with any of those electeds as to building a hub or a station in Methuen as well? I feel like having this conversation right now, it's as if it's translating as if Lawrence is kicking TMF out, and when we ask these questions, it's not necessarily kicking you guys out. It's seeing the growth of your organization, which is amazing because that means you're servicing more people. Yet that means the burden tends to be a lot higher in Lawrence when Lawrence is the only city that's putting up the resources and the challenges that come with those resources. So has that conversation, again, considering that it's new elected members in the Methuen Council, has that conversation taken place to build a hub, to build a station in Methuen as well?
So conversations not in detail with specific people, but when I mean, like, I've studied these streets of Lawrence since I was 18, I'm 33, so 15 years of studying these streets, alleyways, railroad tracks, bridges. Like, I've studied these streets inside and out, and even if Methuen was to set up a location to be able to help the issue, just knowing these people and their stories and who they are, they're not going to walk to Methuen, walk to North Andover, walk to Andover to seek a Wednesday night dinner. It's just not happening. They're comfortable where the drugs are. These are people I speak to on the daily. They're comfortable where the drugs are. This is really where the drugs are, and they're not going to walk to a surrounding town to be able to go to a 3-hour dinner to walk back to where they are. It's just it's something I've realized geographic-wise when it comes to the city of Lawrence and surrounding communities. And I think that's why sometimes people speculate, I'm having people come up to public participation that might be from Salem or Reading, but at the same time, I think it's beautiful that you have individuals from those surrounding communities that are seeing a problem in Lawrence and wanting to lend a hand to the city of Lawrence. That's amazing. I got a guy that drives an hour away just because he thinks there's an issue in Lawrence with addiction and homelessness, and he's going to the store purchasing over a couple $100s worth of donations to be able to help the people in the community of Lawrence. I just don't see a surrounding community opening up a Wednesday night dinner because I might have 2 people show up. The service wouldn't be utilized at all. The Buckley Garage, North Lawrence, a lot of activity. You look at, I'm sure you guys know where the certain locations are where people migrate to. Like it's North Lawrence, specifically where we serve our dinner. So even if I had that conversation with Methuen or Andover and they opened up like this vacant lot in their town, I'm not getting anyone to go over there.
Michael,
Throughout
the years that you've had this organization and feeding this community, have you kept track as to the numbers throughout the years?
Yeah, so we have a sign-in sheet every Wednesday night of everyone that walks through that bus station. So that's when I sent that email to all the counselors. We have approximately 125 individuals that show up every Wednesday, I would say.
The 125, is that for this fiscal year? Like, is this 2025?
I would say right now 125, and that's just due to, obviously, numbers change, seasons change, so they can differ from the winter compared to the summer.
Okay, and what would you say your numbers were last year?
I would say it was still around the 100 range. Again, and I'm not Lawrence, I love with my whole heart. It's such a beautiful city. I just think a lot of people are attracted to Lawrence at times in addiction because of the drugs. Trust me, I understand it. I work as a clinician in the drug addiction field. I know it's a nationwide issue, but I do know Lawrence specifically in New England is a hub for it. So it's not TMF is bringing people, for a 3-hour dinner one day a week. If you ask someone down the street, you waiting, he shows up on Friday, you're gonna wait till Wednesday to go to a 3-hour dinner? It's just not happening. They show up on Wednesdays when they're in Lawrence seeking some sort of love and guidance. And that's why we've actually been able to get over 100 people off your streets of Lawrence and into an inpatient program. And I felt bad because a guy in the back drove 2 hours today who used to live under the Casey Bridge for 3 years, and he was able to find his way out, and he wanted to share a picture with you guys today. He wasn't able to speak. He was one of 5 individuals standing in front of the liquor store across from McDonald's, and he was 2 out of 5 people that were able to survive. And what he wanted to tell you guys is, I wish I had a Wednesday night dinner to go to in 2013, because the one thing that I was missing in life wasn't services in Lawrence, it was love that was displayed on a Wednesday night dinner. And he believes his girlfriend in the picture could be alive today if it was for more love, not for more services.
Councilor Mamo.
I'm all set for now.
Councilor Reyes.
Thank you, Councilor President. Follow my colleague. We're talking about the whole night. You did a tremendous job, a beautiful vision and
Motion passed
mission.
then.
There is a motion to pass 10.
Second.
Been second. No discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. You may continue, Councilor Reyes.
Thank you, Councilor President. But at the same time, I love the idea of what presenting Councilor Mamo. We need to thinking in place what we can do to connect other communities, to have a plan. Because it's an issue. We have a short time because you need to renew the permits, but at the same time, the chiefs say we need a space. So what is the plan? Because when we renew the permit for 2 years, and they need before than 2 years, and you don't have any plan to move in for another place, and you don't try to find out another place. I know it's not easy, but I think it's great opportunity to connect a beautiful community, connect Lawrence City Council, but at the same time connect Methuen City Council too, to have this kind of conversation, because it's really hard to put one city with the bigger issue. And I know you did a great job, because what Councilor LaPlante mentioned, the whole body is mentioned this night, you did a great job. Nobody have this kind of people to sing a beautiful word about us. But we need to figure out what is the next step. Because Councilor Marmo mentioned a couple suggestions, but I think it's not a good idea for you guys. But we need to figure out. What you thinking about it? The Councilor Marmo offer. She mentioned 1 year permits, month to month. What is you feel about that?
I mean, it is really up to the council to propose a specific time limit for the permit, because it's a permit that is being given by the council. Okay. Any suggestions have to be through a motion, so the motion that we have in front of us is for approve the 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's been properly second. If there is any changes to that, it's going to have to be either through a friendly amendment to the motion or another motion on top of the overseeing motions that we already have.
I would like to ask it to the chief if they need it, because we don't know the time. Is needing as soon as possible, or what is the timeline?
There is a question being posed to the chief. So
Yes.
Chief, please provide us with the answer.
Thank you. Yeah, we wanted to get in there as soon as possible. Ideally, what the idea was, April 24th is what's expected as far as the turnover into the new station. And at that point, I wanted to consolidate all of our resources there. And at the minimum in April, begin repairs and what have you. But I mean, in light of the situation and everything else, I mean, I think that we can work on just a little bit more time in order to facilitate perhaps finding, I don't know if it's a partnership with one of the 186 churches within the city, 300 for-profit, nonprofit organizations, whatever the case may be, just to give a little bit more time, to do that. But I mean, ideally, that's what we wanted, and that's what we needed. But I can move things around. I try to figure it out. I mean, it's not infinite, but we can work a little bit. We have a little time.
Thank you.
All right, we have the answer from the chief. Any motions? Councilor Rosario.
Thank you. One comment and one question. My comment is I hope my kids are asleep, so when I get home, they don't tell me that we need to move out of Lawrence because it's only drugs in Lawrence. So I'm assuming in Methuen and North Andover there's no drugs. That's my comment. So I hope they are asleep. Question is I have no problem amending my motion, which is to approve the 2 years, right? I have no problem amending it. My question to that is, we amended to 1 year. What's going to happen in 1 year? What will happen in 1 year? We did it for 2 years, right? There was no plan B. Now we're here trying to, again, get it for 2 years. So if we amend it, we need to put something in writing that this is what we're giving you. This is the day, there's no more extension, or this is the day, we extend it after that day. So it needs to be something in writing that hasn't been done in any time. So we need a commitment somehow from us to them and to them from us for us to amend or do anything else if this is going to go anywhere else. But the motion right now is to approve the 2 years.
So then we have a motion in front of us that is for 2 years. And if that gets approved, they will have a 2 years permit unless it's revoked by the council. We don't want to go through that. Obviously, if we approve it, we approve for the specific amount of time. The council is asking for a plan B, which is towards the organization. So, what is it that's going to happen after the time period that we approve, if there is any approval, because we don't know. It have to be a majority vote. But in the meantime, there is also an idea around reducing the timing to another amount of time, which we don't know yet. So what is the amount of years, or as friendly suggested amendment that haven't been suggested yet, Councilor Mamo?
Through you, Council President, if Councilor De Rosario would accept the friendly amendment of the language being tenants at will, so there is no...
There's no need for that language. It could be...
tenants at will means it's on a month-to-month basis. So they could continue to work with the LPD in a transition period, if need be.
Let's ask that, is the city attorney here?
He's actually
He's on his office? Yeah, we can get an opinion on that. I mean...
Are we trying to solidify?
The specific language, because it's a permit. The permit is for a specific time. If it is a month-to-month, and then it have to be specified as of month-to-month
LPD
permit.
is stating that April 24th is the transition to the new station. So that's a little over a month from now. So a year seems like it may pose an issue as well. So I'm thinking at will to kind of alleviate the discussions and the debates.
Okay, so there is the friendly amendment to be at will permit, which is a month-to-month operation. Councilor De Rosario, do you accept the friendly amendment?
But didn't we say we need a legal opinion for?
I will
doing a month-to-month.
I will ask the city attorney if he's here to give us an opinion. But I mean, a month-to-month permit. It is valid.
Council President.
So, but I mean, Councilor Rosario, before we continue, is a friendly amendment? I need to hear from you if you accept the friendly amendment.
I mean, my question wasn't asked. I mean, what's going to happen after this month-to-month is end? I mean, are we going to have a full city council and 3,000 emails more and support for us to extend it?
So that's a good question.
But that's a question that I asked him before. Before Councilor Marmo took the podium and Mr. Gorman went and sat out.
Yes, you put that question up there, but in the meantime, there is a friendly amendment. You need to either accept the friendly amendment or not accept the friendly amendment.
No, I don't accept the friendly.
Okay, it's been, the friendly amendment was not accepted, Councilor Marmo. Let's continue with the discussion. Councilor, you have another questions? Councilor LaPlante.
I was going to suggest that if we need to have more of a discussion on it. I'm not in favor of that necessarily, but if you were to make a motion to amend it, I would second it because I'm intrigued by the concept, and that would give time for
Yes,
the state
it is definitely in order if Councilor Marmo propose another motion on
Right.
top of that motion.
Not as a friendly, but as a
and
regular
that will
amendment.
be in order as well. So, Councilor Marmo, it is a suggestion. Please put your mic on.
Okay,
the
excuse
attorney
me
is over
for the
here.
confusion.
The attorney is over here.
Can I help you?
So let me
he's
put it in perspective. If you have that as a motion by itself, doesn't have to go.
Motion, so it'll be
Doesn't
two
have to
separate
go.
motions on the table, not amending
Yes,
the
but
original.
your motion will be on top of Councilor
So I make
Rosario's
a
motion. So
I
there is
make
a motion.
I'll second it.
Wait. Motion to what?
I make a
Councilor
motion
Marmo, what is the motion?
for this permit to be at a month-to-month basis.
Okay, there is a motion that is in a month for a month-to-month basis. Can I hear a second?
Second for discussion.
That is in order. It's been seconded by Councilor LaPlante. Discussion. Councilor LaPlante, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I think it's worthy of a discussion. We needed a vehicle to have a conversation, so this is a good vehicle. So I'm not all that crazy about month to month. I would rather have maybe a 3-month. I don't like a year. I think that there needs, clearly the message 3 years ago was you can have it for 3 or 4 years and then, we'll come back. Because that's, I'm not saying that there wasn't any work. I'm not denigrating. I'm not saying that there weren't conversations. I'm not saying that. But it seems to me, in my ear, so in the back pocket, we've got the Buckley. I mean, we'll do whatever we can, but we've got the Buckley. And now the Buckley is in play. The Buckley is not necessarily there. So now, and I can understand it, there's a bit of a concern. So, and a little concern is a good thing. It builds some urgency. Not complacency, urgency. And I'm in favor of some urgency on this issue, frankly. And so, a year, but if you do 3 months and they have to come back and say, and then we say to them, okay, where are you? What's the conversations you have? Where are you going right now? But a year's too much, 3 maybe just right, I don't know, but I want to have, if we're gonna give our government resource, our asset, and we're putting out the police department, there needs to be some urgency. And we need to find out what's going on.
Councilor Marmo, it is a potential suggestion of a 3-month, I guess, right?
Pardon me?
You suggesting that as a friendly?
But I also want to hear from the attorney.
Did you suggest the 3 month?
Is he here?
Yes.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he just got here.
There he is. So I've got that question, and I also have a question regarding language. I mean, as an attorney, I don't feel comfortable just saying, yeah, we're just going to do this. We don't know. I mean, what happens if there's a slip or fall? Something happens on their clock. If we're giving it a permit to do that, I want to make sure that we, as a city, are protected. So I've got a few questions as well.
So the question will be, the first one will be, it is in order to have a month-to-month permit for the use of the Buckley garage.
Can you do it? Sure.
Okay.
We can do anything, but really, the devil's in the details. What are you going to?
Okay.
What are you getting
So,
for it? What are you requiring for it?
It is okay to do a will permit, which is a month-to-month.
I'm sorry.
At will.
At will? Yes.
Okay. So that's the answer. So the next question by Councilor LaPlante was the details on the permit.
I've written, we're issuing a permit without the details. It's just like almost a handshake.
That's what I'm saying.
agreement.
The devil's in the. I need to know, time, date, who's going to be there? Is there insurance? Is there a fee?
Right.
Is there? Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you do, the carnivals. What time are you going to be open? What's going to be there? What do we allow? What do we not allow?
Bonding, et cetera.
Is there a requirement of a police detail? Is there a requirement of fire? Is there, as with any permit, I'm not treating this permit any different than any other permit.
And councilors, to be honest with you, I think we need that.
All right,
like
some of the detail could be the definition of the pre-evaluation of the inspections of the place, the post inspection of the place, the monitoring of the active event, to maintain the supervision of the volunteers around, the waste management, the damage of the damage or any incidental reporting, documentations when it comes to how many people is the intent of the service, for capacity. All that stuff could be part of the contract.
That would be my recommendation to this council, that we
I
have
will
something
provide
drafted.
potential language for the permit to the city clerk.
So to answer your question, we could do that. I'd like to have, for me, my preference is to have more rigidity. I know in 3 months, I know that gives them a little bit of time. Police department knows they've got 3 months, so there's certainty that we know, and then nothing's certain after 3 months. It could go sideways, we can get a solution, but at least police department knows it's 3 months, and it could go away after 3. TMF knows it's 3 months, and then that provides certain. Again, I'll use the word urgency. Move on something.
Council President.
Yeah, let's allow the organization to speak on that.
Can I just ask that if you're going to go down this road, and we're happy to work with you, we're happy to work with the chief if this is the direction that we're going in, but can we just get a commitment that, if you're going to say 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, whatever you're going to say, can we have your commitment that when that time comes, if we do find another place, if we're looking for the permanent park, if we find someplace else, that you guys will work with us and we won't have to go through the whole process all over again. It's such a cumbersome, you guys know it's government, it's such a cumbersome process. If you're going to be tweaking the language of this permit with this temporary issue, we're okay with that, but can you somewhere work into that you're going to be willing to work with us to extend the permit to a different location so we don't have to go back to the drawing board and start this all over again? So for example, if tomorrow we were to find a spot maybe under one of the bridges, or we were to find another spot where there used to be a park and it's city-owned property, and we've got a corporate partner that wants to give us tents and a generator for electricity, we don't want to have to come back here and start all over again. We'd like to be able to use this permit. If you're gonna take the time away, then we're okay with working with that. But can you work into the language that you can change the location of that permit? So we don't start a new one. We don't.
So let's put it in perspective. What you're asking is potentially to not necessarily go to committee and coming straight to the full council to discuss the new location. That's what we're asking. Mm-hmm. Because as far as I understand the process, you put up an item, fill up an application, and that goes to the city clerk. City clerk put it on the agenda. I send it to committee make a determination, send it over, a month.
But that's a 30-day, right, it's a 30-day process.
It's a 30-day process.
Right.
So by not going to committee, it have to be defined as an emergency that is for a specific reason that the city charter was established. Or potentially we can bring it as an old business and discuss due to the fact that it could be a 3-month period. But at the end of the day, the council need to make a determination. Mm-hmm. So this discussion right here cannot be avoided.
All right.
Okay?
So yeah, that's what we're looking for.
So we can definitely work with you, the organization, to make sure that not that the process is shorter, is a continuation of the process.
Right.
Because I don't want to have an impression on the public that says, oh, they're getting benefit by shutting down the process. And that's not the case. The case might be that we continue the discussion on the time that we come back on a period that the permit is going to be issued for.
Okay, thank you, Council.
No problem.
Council President.
Councilor Blanc, I still have the floor.
Yeah, I just a comment. I was listening to Mr. Duggan speak, and I'm hopeful that he gets away from the government properties and finds either a nonprofit or a private place where they can do this kind of stuff. That's just a strong preference that I have. If we're going to be doing things over the long term, I hope that's the direction you're going in. We have a lot of fantastic organizations, Council President, in the city, and asking to partner with them. And now with Mr. Gorman, there's a track record of success. And so you're going to another boutique established nonprofit. Just the sheer success, I would think there's going to be a greater ability or willingness to merge and to provide some assistance. I mean, I'm going to look to my colleague from District E who used to work for a nonprofit. She volunteered that this evening. I mean, I'm not suggesting that nonprofit you were in necessarily, but do you think there's an appetite in the nonprofit community to maybe work with an organization like TMF?
Councilor Infante, you have the floor.
Thank you. Well, the nonprofit world that I used to work in was a little bit different, and they had their own situations as being, again, carrying these challenges solely on their shoulders as a community health center with resources across the region. From what I've heard from multiple nonprofits that we've had before us, it does sound like they want to collaborate. They want to join forces. I mean, we heard it loud and clear back in December when we took the anti-encampment ordinance vote. So I don't think there is a lack of interest. It all comes down to what is the plan and how can they come together to get it done.
What is suggestion on the motion?
Do I have, okay, so
Yeah.
I have a couple things because I wanted to speak even before that motion was made. I don't think 3 months is long enough. And I'm going back, and I know Mr. Duggan mentioned, we're not here in front of you guys for a financial allocation. However, TMF is in the negative right now. 3 months, say if they have no choice but to go the private route, they don't have the financial resources to get a place. I also saw a number of their fundraising. Their fundraising was only a little over $1,000 in FY24. So 3 months is not enough. Maybe 6 to a year, I think, is more doable. And I'm going to suggest that to my colleagues. But aside from that, I also wanted to make a comment. I heard frustration from my colleague about, is there? It sounds like North Andover, Methuen don't have drugs or et cetera. Being at those tables, I can say one thing. Obviously, we know drug is one factor, but it's not the only factor that causes homelessness and the issues that we have in our streets. And I think we're all aware of that. There are many factors contributing to this. But what I have learned throughout the years is that it's not about them not walking to North Andover or Methuen or et cetera. You started in Lawrence only helping 5 to 10 people, and look at how much it's grown. What they're seeing is that there is a potential to grow. And people will find a way to get there. They may not stay there because their issues or what they need is not in that community. They'll come back to Lawrence, but they will find ways to get what they need. And that's why, that's one of the reasons why municipalities are hesitant to come together and join forces as a region to combat this ongoing situation. That's what I have learned when working in this space. In my own neighborhood, I have seen people walking up Andover Street, going into Andover. I have seen them walking towards the highway when you're going to 495 towards the other side of Andover. And like I mentioned, I have seen people getting off the bus. So they will find ways. But they will come back because of underlying conditions. And I made that clear that I would like to know a solution to that. Council President.
Suggestion to the motion, Councilor Infante?
I suggest that we amend.
So this is what we have. We have an underlying motion for 2 years permit, and then we have a motion on top of that motion, which is a monthly basis or at-will motion. Both of them were the latest by Councilor Mamo, and that original motion was by Councilor De Rosario. So are you willing to make a friendly amendment to any of those two motions? or to put another motion on top of that, the second motion, to have it as your own motion. I don't know if you get me.
Maybe a friendly amendment, is what I'm
Okay.
understanding. I would like to make a friendly amendment to increase it to 6 months.
So your friendly amendment to what motion? To the Councilor Marmol motion? Or to the underlying motion?
Or reduce it to you.
To reduce it.
For 1 year.
Yeah, so it will be to Councilor Marmol's motion.
Okay, so friendly
Okay.
amendment to Council Marmel's motion
What is
to
the friendly amendment?
increase it from 3 months to 6 months.
No, to increase it for month basis, month by month,
To increase it month by month basis to 6 months.
to 6 months.
I do.
6 months?
6 months, yeah.
So, okay, and then we need a second for that.
Second.
Oh, no, wait.
Friendly.
No, it's
It will be a friendly amendment. Councilor Marmol, do you accept that friendly amendment? For 6 months?
I do not, and I'm going to explain why I can't. Do I have the floor?
You do not.
Okay.
So, let's keep it up there, and then we can discuss. Once you have the floor,
So I
you
have
can
another
discuss.
recommendation. But before I go, do I still have the floor,
Councilor
Councilor
Infante, yes.
I have another friendly amendment since Councilor, since I was not going through. But before I do that, there is one thing that I forgot to mention when I was speaking a few minutes ago. I keep hearing also just the dependability on city buildings, city, etc. And that is not in the long term sustainable, because you never know what can happen, which is why I know you mentioned earlier this is not a financial thing, but why my questioning started with the financials, because it would be great to see TMF, even if it is in Lawrence, but having its own building that maybe it's not a city-owned building, but something that they were able to accomplish. We cannot always depend on the city of Lawrence or any government. There has to be a plan, an organizational plan that is sustainable within their own foundation.
Councilor, that's what I was trying to say when I was shut down earlier.
Mr. Duggan.
Is that through the council, to the president. That's what I was trying to say earlier when I got shut down, was that we had sat down with the mayor's office. We were identifying buildings. We were talking to Francisco Polino, our state representative, and Frank Moran, and some of the other state representatives in other communities about trying to find a way to get grants, about trying to find a way to get a building. But then all of a sudden we were told through the homeless coordinator that they wanted us out of the city. We've heard it now time and time again. They say it privately, but they don't say it publicly. They want us out of the city. So how do you work with people to get there when they publicly say we want to work with you? When the homeless coordinator publicly said she wanted to work with us, and then privately said in front of the mayor that they don't. So we're happy to do that. We've tried to do that, and we'll be happy to do that again. But that's not something that's going to happen overnight.
Right. It's not. And it starts today, and I'm hoping that TMF moving forward, you come up with a development plan, you come up with a fundraising plan, you come up with how to get those grants, because you're going to need these resources in the future. Even if you do stay in Lawrence, things are getting more expensive. We might go into a global war, who knows? Things are getting costly for individuals and businesses. Your donations may not be at the level that they are right now. We don't know what the future holds. So you want to be prepared in every aspect. And I hope that's one takeaway that you get from tonight is moving forward, let's plan 5-10 years strategic plan for TMF.
Can I also answer Councilor LaPlante's question as far as working with the other nonprofits and private businesses? You know, somebody mentioned that there are over 400 nonprofits. None of them helped us. That's why TMF exists. TMF exists because on paper you've got 400 nonprofits or so. But most of them don't really exist. They only exist on paper. And the ones that actually do exist, their only interest is applying for grants so they can supply themselves with salaries. TMF's doing it the other way around. And that's one of the reasons why we're having the financial discussion now, is because we weren't looking to set up an organization to have salaries and pay ourselves and then go in the newspaper and say, look what we're doing. We were doing it the other way around. We put the needs of the people of Lawrence first. So we tried to work with the churches when the temperature goes below 2 below zero, 5 below zero. The churches are also, just like the nonprofits, they want to pat themselves on the back. But when it comes time to providing the services, they take a walk. And the proof of that is TMF's existence. TMF wouldn't exist if the 200 churches in Lawrence walked the walk that they talk the talk on Sundays. And the nonprofits, we wouldn't have a TMF. If all these nonprofits that say they care about the poor, there would be no need for TMF. So our frustration and what you heard tonight from the crowd, and I understand your frustration on that, but the frustration was they're sitting there thinking, we're doing it right. We're making a difference, and we're suffering because of it. And I think that's why you heard some of the comments tonight. You heard some of the frustration because they don't understand the political process. They just hear the questions and the questioning and Mr. Russell's ridiculous comments and all these other things. I'm sorry, and all these other things. And what they don't understand is that, you know, they don't understand why TMF is paying a price for doing it right, for not asking for money, by not paying salaries, and being visible about the people that we are getting off the streets. 100 people no longer breaking into cars, no longer breaking into homes, no longer buying drugs on the streets of the city. One woman from Everett started on the streets of Lawrence. Now she lives in another community with housing. You know what she does on Wednesday nights? She Ubers to TMF to help us serve food to the next person that we can get out of the city into Everett.
Thank you.
I still have the floor, right? So I just want to make sure that my example is, and I understand TMF is doing it right, but my example of quote unquote very potential global war, what I'm trying to say is that there are external factors that contribute to everyday life that's not just at the local level. And TMF needs to be ready for that. Because these individuals and these businesses may not have the resources, whether physically or financially, to contribute to this level in the future. Because we don't know what life can throw at us. And that's what I hope the biggest advice or lesson that is taken from tonight is that.
We get it. We understand that the bus station's about to no longer be an option for us. We understand that, and we are absolutely willing to work with you, the chief, or anyone else.
Thank you. Councilor Gonzalez.
Thank you, Council President. My question is actually for Mr. Mike Gorman.
Oh, good. I can sit down.
Come to Hi.
How you doing?
So first of all, I want to say that what you're doing is something great for the community, something great for these homeless people, and even for the people that are not homeless, the young kids that you're helping. I do have one concern, and it was due to the comment that you made earlier. You said that even if you were to have a location in North Andover or Methuen or any other city, you wouldn't be able to get anyone to go there. So my concern is, if you have that mindset, are you still willing to ask for help to these other connecting cities?
Most definitely can ask for help, for sure. I just don't know how that process would totally work or look like, though, just due to like what I've seen. I know Stephanie mentioned she's seen people, you know, walk to say Andover by like Starbucks in South Lawrence, or you know, people coming off the bus and going back to where they're from. But I just don't personally see that working out. Am I open for discussion? 100%.
So
Why wouldn't?
So how you started here in Lawrence?
How did I start here in Lawrence? Well, the program has changed over the years. It was founded in 2011. Mission statement basically for anyone looking for a second family in life that was seeking love, guidance, and support. So that's kind of how a lot of the young individuals joined the program. The dinners didn't start until 2018. A few of us TMF members were driving to the Buckley garage on one Wednesday night in 2018 at 9 o'clock and saw about 4 to 5 people sleeping on the benches. We went back to our following meeting the next week, and a couple TMF members said, why don't we set up a table, a couple chairs, and get some pizza at Little Caesars on Broadway? And that's what we did. That following Wednesday, went back to the Buckley. Those 4 to 5 people came to the center, and it was like a family dinner that night. From that point on, we wanted to figure out a way as a program of how can we like work our way into these individuals' hearts and make them like believe again in themselves. And that's when we started to bring a lot of services to Wednesday night, like it was a one-stop shop. Guest speakers, donations, haircuts, food, live music, programs, the mobile unit from Greater Lawrence Family Health Center, where you're being able to meet the individual where they're at, build a relationship of trust, and then be able to work with them to take that step to seek treatment to get out of Lawrence. Because all those individuals that you see, whether it's hanging at the Fruiteria, West Street Park, back where Lawrence Street, where the baseball field was, it's a sea of pain out there. I'm not going to get into the clinical level of like substance use here, but what we're able to provide on a Wednesday is it's a really beautiful opportunity to get individuals help that are roaming around these streets of Lawrence as lost souls. So that's kind of how it started to where it's at right now.
So, thank you. So, what I want to understand from your perspective, so you are saying that homeless are only in Lawrence?
No.
Basically. So
No.
then it wouldn't be a problem for you to have another location in another city, because other cities do have these same issues, not as much as Lawrence, but they
Correct.
do have the same issues.
So like I even know the spots that are in Methuen of individuals that are homeless, but
Exactly.
they're on the rail trail bordering the Fruiteria, and there's like 3 tents, and they're not going any farther down that rail trail to head deeper into Methuen because there's nothing for them in their minds that side. If you go by Starbucks Coffee, there's a couple tents in the woods right there, but they're not going any farther into Andover because they're comfortable where they're at right there. So it's like they're on the borders of the community. I think the buses have been free for a period of time, so you do have some individuals that might be staying in, by Haverhill Street in Methuen, by a plaza, but since the bus is free, they're able to get back to Lawrence. But like I said, open for discussion. I just think it would be a very complex situation of trying to get a group of people there. I think the ones that show up on Wednesday night, like I'll say it again, are individuals that really aren't seeking services, but the one thing they seek on a Wednesday night is comfort. And
I would say don't shut it down at least.
No,
think
I
about
will,
it,
I will.
and I believe that it would be a great idea for you to think about looking for a location in other cities besides Lawrence.
Okay, but I think, and not to cut you off, but like we do want to remain in Lawrence as a program. We're basically a Lawrence-based group. Most of these members are from Lawrence. A lot of these TMF members, they walk to the bus station on Wednesdays. Some of them walk a great distance just to serve food. So it's like I go to a different community. More than half of these TMF members don't drive. Transportation has been a barrier for years for us. So,
They do. I understand that. I'm sorry to cut you off. I understand that they walk, they don't have transportation, but your organization is growing tremendously. And that is something great for what you're doing, but it is a good idea for you to expand your locations, not only in Lawrence, because we have a lot of issues already with the fact that we have too many homeless people in the city. We have the fact that, as the chief, stated, that there has been trash left in some areas. Not sure if it's by your crowd or not, but that is something that maybe if we can fix that, we can resolve that, it will be better for your organization, and it will help us help you grow. Okay? And I do have something else to say. As far as you not having a plan, we understand that, or as a council, we understand that, but do you at least have an idea, hypothetically, idea of where, a location? Have you thought of anything, even if it's not a plan that you've spoken to anyone, but have you thought of a location?
We have, like, even as of recently, I've really been looking at 2 specific locations and kind of having those conversations. Obviously, the Buckley's been the ideal location for a period. I understand that. But yeah, there has been a couple different locations for discussion.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that.
Thank you.
All right, councilors, at this time, Councilor Levy.
Well, we have a few talk 2 days ago about with so many of my city councilors, No, all right. Yes, I think so it is the moment for you or for your organization to start thinking, on getting another place. So in a short time, in a long time, whatever, the Buckley is not the place for you guys to stay any longer. And I can see, and I see also, like one of my fellows said, you can start thinking in some other, like a location. And in the same way, I can tell you something, the same way that maybe you started also, you can start on those places, and you're going to be growing in the same way that you start. Because they're looking for so many things. They're looking for the service, they're looking for food, they're looking for something to get home, and, on them. And there is so many things that can attract all of these people to come to you. You do a great job. At your age, I can say, wow, you're doing great. Okay, you are a leader. But right now, there is so many things happening in the city, and we need help you, but you guys need to help us too.
Well, this is what we have. This is what we have in front of us. We have an underlying motion, a motion for 2 years period of time for the permit related to the TMF.
I would like to offer friendly amendment.
Give me 1 minute, Councilor Infante. We also have a motion on top of that motion, which is for a permit at will, which means that it will be month to month. And if there is no vote to revoke that permit will continue for the following month and into the following month until there is a motion to stop the permit, because it will be until we stop. Now, if that is the final motion, I will. No, it's now we're not moving on that direction. We are going to call the motion unless there is any suggestion to the current motion.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment.
There is a friendly amendment to be offered. What is your friendly amendment?
I would like to offer a friendly amendment to shorten the 2 years, but to expand it to 1 year. I don't think the month to month is stable enough. They're asking us to work with them. We're asking on our end to have the freedom to use government buildings when government departments need it. But like I mentioned earlier, given the financial situation, I don't think that's enough time for them to figure something out. And I want to make sure that we're being fair to both parties.
So, Councilor Mamo, do you accept the friendly amendment for a year?
For one, because it's.
There is a motion. There is a friendly amendment being offered to a year. The motion that is being amended is the latest motion, which is a will motion. Do you accept the friendly amendment to a year?
I just wanted to make sure that was an amendment to my motion.
It is to your motion, only to your motion. It have to be to the latest motion in front of us.
No.
So you're not accepting that. So the motion in front of us is that the one that we need to take a vote on is the latest motion, which is the month to month, because the friendly amendment was not accepted. Any other discussion?
Quick discussion.
Councilor Plan.
So the discussion I have is and I'm putting a lot of my eggs in the police department basket. So I just want to make sure that we're not shorthanding ourselves. The chief mentioned to us that he's willing to work. He's some time. I don't think a year is probably what he had in mind. I'm just trying to get a sense from the chief as to how much time. That's why I said 3 months, because I'm thinking that might be in the ballpark. But can I ask the chief, we're not getting.
He said April.
He said April, but he also made it sound like he could go a little beyond that. So I just want to get how far beyond that is he thinking?
Again, like I said, it's a little mini station and a reserve area, in April, this April. You know what I mean? I think that the 1 year extension would really defeat the purpose. I'm willing to work and I think that the 3 month suggestion on a revocable permit would be ideal in that regard. I think that, at that point, there's still that urgency that an alternative has to be sought. There's still that cooperation between us. But a 1 year, and respectfully, kind of defeats the purpose. 1 year, at that point, our need is superseded.
Okay, understand. We have a motion that is a friendly amendment. Councilor Blanc.
A friendly amendment, just based on what the chief said, not because it's my idea, but the chief said a 3-month made some sense. I'm just going to offer that and see if that's something that makes sense to the author.
So 3 months?
That's the friendly amendment. Do you accept that?
I accept.
Okay, this is the amendment in front of us now. The license is for 3 months, not at will, not for 2 years. 3 months. In 3 months, that permit will be the end. Different than at will. At will be renewed every month. 3 months will be the end. 3 months from, I'm assuming, from the current end day, which is basically in the future.
I would,
April, yeah, from April.
I would recommend, 3 months, I would recommend 3, oddly enough, happens to be the end of the fiscal year. If April 1st would be May, June, July, so it would be...
June 30?
June 30th or July 1st, yeah, something like that. Actually works out well.
That's the friendly amendment? Do you accept the friendly amendment unto June 30? So before we continue, do you accept unto
I
June 30?
accept.
Okay, unto June 30. That's the friendly amendment. That's what we have in front of us. Any other discussion? Call the roll. We need to call the vote. Okay. On the motion until June 30, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor LaPlante.
Yes.
Counselor Del Rosario.
Yes.
Counselor Reyes.
Yes.
Counselor Infante.
Yes.
Counselor Marmol.
Yes.
Counselor Miguel.
Yes.
Counselor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Council Vice President.
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez.
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Congratulations. Yes.
Just for clarification, I thought I heard you say, maybe I misheard you, that after the 3 months, there's no more renewal, or at the end of the 3 months, we can revisit
No,
it?
this permit was until June 30.
Right, but then
June 30.
with the option to extend if we're
And then the
Okay.
council will make a determination
Okay.
again after.
Thank you,
June 30.
councilors, very much.
No problem.
And thank you for your time. I know this took a significant part of your night.
Almost three hours. Truly.
Council President, can we have a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
Motion to recess. Do you propose in the
Or
motion?
10 minutes, I'm proposing a motion.
A motion to
Second.
recess. Been probably second. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Order. All right, let's go personnel. Madam Chair, from the Personnel Committee, item 6026.
Item 60-26, renewal of contract. City Attorney Timothy Hooten, who's our current city attorney, was sent up to the full council as a favorable recommendation, and I make that as a formal motion.
There is a motion on the table, properly second discussion. Mr. Houghton, please explain to us the difference between what we have in the past and what we have now.
Well, I'm happy to say that I'm before you, and it's still St. Patrick's Day, so I've... This is a 2-year contract. It contains the first year at 165. It then has a 3% raise. There are no other differences in the contract that's that. The vacation remains the same. All of the terms remain the same. The goals remain the same. The only difference is this is just an extension for the 2 more years. So
so you've been with us for how long?
7 years.
7 years. So now, instead of just going up on a specific percentage, you started this this other contract at one specific amount?
It actually worked out to be, the amount is slightly less than 3% from my old one, but it's an even number, and it just looked easier than if I were to say 166, 285, 39, so.
No, I mean, and the reason why is because the public might have a perception as of we're starting up a new salary when truly what it was less than 3%. What is that?
Are you hearing it?
Huh? Oh. All right. So the
it's not more than a 3%.
Exactly. So it's the previous salary plus less than 3%.
Slightly less, not really.
Slightly less, right? Any questions, Councilor?
Mr. President.
Councilor de Rosario.
City Attorney, I have, it's something that has been bothering me, or I have it in my mind for so long, and I wanted to ask you, and I wasn't able to comment into it. Do you feel, because I hear it from people, but do you feel that you let us fall on the budget without advising us on the date? Because you are a legal advisor. If you know that we were running out of time, why did you never come in and said, Council President, no, I mean, if you did, I never got the advice. If you did to anybody and says, you guys are running out of time, and at the end of the day, this budget is going to pass like that if you don't approve it.
I did not, because I was not involved in it at all. I normally am not involved in your budget whatsoever. You people have I mean the councilors, you have your own rules, you follow your rules. No one was asked me about it, no one asked me about the budget. I wasn't involved in any of that. It was only at the end, when the day started running out, that people told me to get involved. But for instance, this year, I have no business of telling you when to start to review your budget. I have no business to tell you what's going on. Now, granted, had I known, I mean, at any time during that 45 days, you as councilors had a right to vote on it. You chose not to. Again, I don't know how that becomes my fault that you chose not to, but and no one asked me. I mean, I'm available for a question anytime.
No, but I was as our legal advisor, we hire you, we extend your contract. In any point in time, I mean, you sit down and see the rules and said, they 43 days into it, and they're still arguing about it. I mean, if you want to continue to go, councilors, that's fine, but in 45 days, this is going to pass regardless of what decision you're making. As our legal advisor, it's not that you have to be involved in the budget, but legally wise, I wanted to believe that you should have been there. I mean, you should have been checking the books when it comes to legal or illegal, or you guys are going to pass the day. I mean, if you feel that's that, but that's fine. But that was something that has been in my head for the longest. And every time I was looking for you, or I've been looking for you, I don't find you. But that's okay. If you feel you're not at fault, that's fine. And I say that I don't find you because after another thing that it kind of bothered me the other day is that you're not playing any part on what's coming with the LRA, but you went into the executive session. So if we have a lawyer that is going to represent us, and they have a lawyer, once the executive session, you have nothing to do with it. So why were you in the executive session inside? And also, nobody after that, I wasn't in the meeting, that's fine. But nobody after that, even my legal advisor, which would be you or whoever was there, put me to the side and said, this happened on that executive session, and I heard I'm not for sure. Say, well, he's not here. He don't need to know, which is not good. But as a legal advisor, also you said everybody needs to know in case I come and I speculate something that I didn't hear, and then I'm an illegal. I'm saying something that happened on the executive session. But again, that bothers me that you went into that executive session. You shouldn't been in there, by what I read. And also, I believe, that's my own belief, right, that you should be aware of the 45 days before we fall, or before we went into default when it comes to the budget as our legal advisor.
All right. Any other questions, Councilor?
I respect your opinion.
Any other questions, Councilor? All right, Madam Clerk, I call the questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilor Miguel?
Yes.
Councilor Mamo?
Yes.
Councilor Infante?
Yes.
Councilor Reyes?
Yes.
Councilor Del Rosario?
No.
Councilor LaPlante?
Yes.
Council Vice President?
Yes.
Council President Rodriguez?
Yes, motion carries. Do we have anybody?
If I may
from-
approach, I will leave you the original contract.
Yeah, please provide it to the clerk so she can send us a copy.
Should be in here.
What's the date? Anybody from the public that have a specific item as of right now? Do you have any items with us? Huh? Groundwork? Okay, groundwork. Okay, perfect. Going to the ordinance committee reports, we have item 7626 and also 7726. Madam Chair, from the ordinance committee, please provide us with an update on those two.
Are we taking both items?
No, just one at a time.
Just one by one?
Mhm.
So item 7626 is the farmer market Campanón Common on Wednesday, starting on Wednesday, June 10th through September the 30th, 2026, from 8 to 5. Was ended with favor recommendation, and I make it as a formal motion.
Second.
There's a motion on the table, properly second, by Councilor Miguel. Any questions? All right, there's no questions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Item 7726.
Item 7726 is the farmer market in O'Connell Park on Saturday, June 13th through September 26, 2026, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Was ended with favor recommendation, and I do it as a formal motion.
Second.
There is a motion on the table.
Second.
Properly second. Discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Item, going on top of the agenda, item 38725.
Item 38725 is the removal handicap parking at 5 Duran Street, submitted by Councilor Wendell Luzon. Also was ended with favor recommendation to order a public hearing.
There is a motion to order a public hearing, properly second. Discussion, there is none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The ayes have it. Item 45925.
Item 45925 is a handicap parking at 474 Haybrook Street, submitted by Councilor Gregorio de Rizal to order a public hearing. Was ended with favor
Councilor,
recommendation, and I make it as a formal order.
Councilors, do you mind taking item 45925, 3526, and 3626? Those three items are for handicap to order a public hearing. Do you mind taking it as a block? No, just taking it as a block. So can I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to order public hearings for those three items and take it as a block. There is a motion to take it as a block to order a public hearing for item 45925, 3526, and 3626. There is a motion, properly second. Discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Item 6526, it's a proposed updated to the noise Ordinance, but I don't see nobody here. That was ended with favorable recommendation submitted by Captain Ariel Monta, the Lawrence Police Department. I'm to order a public hearing. I make as a formal motion.
There is a motion to order a public hearing on this item, properly second discussion. I hear none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Madam Chair from
Item
Ordinance Committee.
6626 is resolution honoring the Lawrence School senior Dariel Rodriguez on his admission and full scholarship to Yale University was submitted by Councilor Estefan Infante. Was ended with favorable recommendation. I do as a formal motion.
Can I get a motion to table?
Motion to table.
There's a motion to table, properly second, no discussion on the table matters. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Item 7426.
We already did that.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All of them
We're done
are
with ordinance. We're done
All
with
right, we're done with ordinance, personal committee, there is no other items. Public safety, nothing to report. Economic development, item 726, can I get a motion to table that?
Motion to table.
I mean, sorry, the chair from that committee, Councilor Del Rosario.
I mean, through you, Chair, I mean, item 0726, economic development, was sent to the full council with a favorable recommendation, but I heard that it was referred to the budget and finance, so I think you should motion to send it to the budget and finance.
No, it's on table.
Motion to table?
There's a motion to table. Can I hear a second?
Second.
Properly second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Committee of the whole, there is no report. All business, there is no report. Any table matters that we want to discuss today?
Council President,
Councilor
can I
LaPlante.
take a moment of privilege to?
Of course.
Thank you.
Moment of personal privilege by Councilor LaPlante.
Thank you very much, Council. I was supposed to speak on public participation this evening, but I didn't quite get to I was at the end of the list. But the reason why I wanted to speak very briefly, I know the hour's late. History is pretty important, I think, for all of us, learning our city's history. And what I want to do is I want to provide something to each of you as a gift. The White Fund, of which Clerk Burnell was once a trustee, has a book written about it by a former city councilor, Jay Dowd. And the book is fascinating. I had a chance to listen to Councilor Dowd speak over the weekend and started reading the copy of his book and talk very briefly about what it is that the White Fund does. I'm going to read the back of the thing very quickly. It says, in Lawrence today, we find the names of the first White Fund trustees, Charles Storrow, first mayor, Henry K. Oliver, the school, and Nathaniel G. White. You may not hear about him. If you go to the Lawrence Library, you'll see his name on a plaque. On streets, schools, and plaques. Not so for trustee Rowell. Judge Wilbur Rowell served in the White Fund for 46 years, beginning in 1899, and during his tenure, the White Fund expanded its reach and influence in a manner enabled by benefactor Daniel Appleton White, whose 1852 philanthropy set the trust in motion. In 1941, Judge Rowell chronicled the White Fund story deeply rooted in the city of Lawrence's history. In this book that I'm going to give each of you, it has the actual Rowell story that has never been published before, but it's in here, and then talks about the White Fund. Very quickly, there are several elements of the White Fund. Where the Lawrence Old Library is right now on Hampshire, is it Hampshire Street, or across from St. Mary's Church, where the charter school is, that used to be the Lawrence Public Library. In that section right there was owned by White. And then before the Essex Company came into existence, and they essentially gave that property for them to sell, and that started the town of Lawrence that became the city of Lawrence. So White was instrumental there. Through his time, he started the White Fund and a series of speakers. Tell me if you've heard these names before. Booker T. Washington, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Robert Frost. Each one of those individuals came to our city to speak. These are the highest of people in the entire country and world came to our city to give information to our residents. White Fund was a part of that. Also, at the Museum of Fine Arts, we have, through the White Fund, paintings of immense value that are in Boston. One of them is a Monet, Poppies in the Field. That came through the White Fund. So they're still alive today. They're not the organization's still alive today. They're working in the library. That library, that first library, was primarily financed by the White Fund. So when we go into our history, we may have forgotten them. And one more thing, remember that big picture? Everybody says, "Who's the big guy?" That picture in the back, I think it's in this room now. It's of Eaton. Eaton was a White Fund trustee back in the day, and also a mayor. So anyway, in this book, that I'm going to give each of you, it has not only the names of the former trustees, including our clerk and former City Councilor Dave Abdu, for example. Each of the White Fund speakers. I was privileged to be a White Fund speaker in 2019. And it has all the pictures that the city owns in here as well. That's in the Museum of Fine Arts, and it has some basic information regarding what the White Fund has done. It's fantastic. So with that, I just want to give each of you this to you, and thank you for your service. And the last point is this: I think one of the secret sauces that I look back on is if we have a fundamental understanding of our city's history, I think we become better and more effective leaders. And so I encourage you to read this book, and hopefully you do.
Well, I give people a cookie. Thank you. Yeah.
Councilor Plant, do I need to report this to OCPF? What is the value of the
No can value of was $30, so it's under $50.
Okay. Okay. In-kind donation. Thank you, sir.
And it's individualized. Okay.
And you'll see Jay Dowd's signature on there too. He's on the council from 86.
Oh, that
86, 97.
Just as part of your goodwill words, do you mind sharing with the public and us the tour that the White Funds goes and the tours that they put together to visit the Museum of Fine Arts as well as part of your?
Yeah, so I'm not the White Fund trustee, but they do on occasion have trips. I might have to lean on my former colleague, Councilor Burnell, who was a White Fund trustee, but they do on occasion do that. Dave Meehan has been an individual who's more of a docent and an expert in that. I will tell you this, if they knew, if the White Fund trustees knew that the City Council was excited about the White Fund, I think they would charter a bus and take us to the Museum of Fine Arts to meet and do some stuff. I can't promise you that because it's not in my bailiwick, but I think they'd be thrilled to know that we as a legislative body and part of the government is interested. I think they would try to help us out.
Yeah, I was part of one of those tours, and it is absolutely worth it to go and see that great tour. Councilors, thank you, Councilor LaPlante, thank you for doing this, and actually thank you for providing us with that history of the White Fund of Lawrence. This is great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Councilors, at this time we'll go back to new business, and on the new business we have item 7926. Please bear with me. I don't have my glasses today. Year-to-date budget review, the fire department, this is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 8026, authorization to spend $70,000 grant fund from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Federal Fund of and Infrastructure Office, Municipal and Tribal Technical Assistance. This is going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 8126, acceptance of device under the Mass Broadcast Institute, MBI, conducted an online program. This is going to...
Should go to budget because it's accepting it,
Yeah, it's accepting a fund. This is going to budget to the Budget Committee. Item 8226, rescission of board authorizations, 9 bond totaling the amount of $9,821,827.98. That's going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 8326, authorization to transfer 97,552 from free cash to the account 051 0050 380 15,552 and that to the account 051 20 5770 and $82,000 for the amount of $82,000. That's going to the Budget and Finance Committee. Item 8426, acceptance of the new layout plan of public ways from part of Short Street, Maple Street, Curry Street, and Irving Avenue. This is going to Housing Committee. Item 8626, resolution honoring Daniel Rodriguez, Lawrence High School Quest Bridge National Scholar, and accepting onto Yale.
I'm sorry, that's
We already-
duplicative, I apologize.
So that's twice, yeah.
With star right
Okay. Item 8726, resolution honoring Joanny Ortiz, Lawrence High School scholarship winner. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Items 8826, resolution honoring J. De Los Santos, Lawrence High School Quest Bridge National Scholar. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 8926, resolution to enforce Ordinance 024-081. That's going to enforcement of ordinance. I mean, going back to ordinance.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with it?
Resolution to adopt.
Oh, resolution to enforce. Okay, yeah, according to ordinance. Item 9026, proposed modification of ordinance 020481. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9126, resolution honoring deceased World War II service members from Lawrence, the final resting place in the Netherlands American Cemetery, and the memorial Carl Amorós. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9226, resolution honoring deceased World War II service members from Lawrence with the final resting place at the Cambridge American Cemetery and the memorial Maurice Dem Normal. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 9326, resolution honoring the deceased of World War II service members from Lawrence with the final resting place on Ademes America Cemetery. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 9426, resolution honoring Rumbo newspaper in their 30 years of service of publications. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9526, resolution honoring 2025 firefighters of the year. Patrick Driscoll, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9626, resolution honoring 2025 Police Officer of the Year. The Janelis Bonnet, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9726, resolution honoring 2025 Police Officer of the Year. Arisdelda Southworth, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9826, resolution honoring 2025 EMT of the Year, Paul Brightman, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 9926, sidewalk produced display, 187 Lawrence Street. Okay, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 126, childcare parking, 10 Charmses Avenue, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 10126, childcare parking at the 73 Colonia Road, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 10226, healthcare handicap parking at 83 Bennington Street, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 10326, handicap parking at 217 Farnham Street, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 10426, handicap parking at 177 Garden Street, that's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 10526, removal of handicap parking at 201, 207 West Street. That's going to Ordinance Committee as well. Item 106, 26, remove handicap parking of 200, 202 Exchange Street. That's going to Ordinance Committee. 107, 26, residential parking, Saratoga Street. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 108, 26, per Rule 25, the proposed change to the Rule number 6 to modify the Housing Committee that's going to be reading by the City Clerk. Submit it to the council because that's how we need to submit.
They have,
So
it's in your package with your new business. You all got, I emailed personally to all of you. I can send it to you again though, but you did all get it.
yeah, do we need to send this to committee? I don't think so.
It doesn't go to committee,
No.
it has to be presented at least once prior.
Yeah, it need to be presented. So, councilors, you have received an item, or not an item, but a document.
I'll send it again.
Yeah, by email and also on the package of new business to change Rule 6 and to modify the Housing Committee. You have received that. And also item 10926, as per Rule 25, proposed change to Rule 6 to create a Public Safety Committee and to make it as a standing committee and also an emergency management committee.
It's not in your book. Yeah, so Teresa takes your new business and puts it in the things, and then, so it's not in your book, but in the package that you got emailed to you, you have it, and I will make sure that everyone gets it by email, just as its own separate item, so that it's not mixed in with everything else.
Yeah, it's part of the package on the email.
Take copies right now, so that people have got it here, so the requirement that you received at this meeting is met, that.
Yeah, let's do that. Item 11026, install a JO pole at Marfenlin Court near Water Street. Pole 110550 between pole 110550 and 1106. That's going to Ordinance Committee. 1126, install a 1JO pole on Maple Street near Arcadia Street and relocate pole 3460. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 11226, relocate JO pole on Maple Street near Church Street and relocate pole 3455. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 11326, preach the word of God in various locations. Preach the word of God in various locations on Saturday. Doesn't say the date. Item 11326. Well, that's going to Ordinance Committee with the proper date on it. Item 11426, American Taxis renewal of taxi liberty license. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 11526, Liberty Taxis Inc., renewal of taxi liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 11626, Popular Taxis LLC, the renewal of the license. That's going to Ordinance Committee. Item 11726, Balbi Transportation LLC, the renewal of taxi liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 11826, Merrimack Taxis, renewal of taxi liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 11926, Rio Hondo Transport LLC, the renewal of taxi and liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12026, L&M Transportation LLC, the renewal of taxi or liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12126, New York City United Express Inc., the renewal of taxi or liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12226, BP Luxury Transportation, the renewal of taxi or liberty license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12326, Lux Line Transportation LLC, the renewal of taxi or livery license. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12426, Universal Lotus Event 2026 at the Companion Commons, Saturday, August 2026 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12526, ICM Cristo Viene, Lawrence 2026, May 16, William Kennedy Park, and June 13 at the Rowell Park, June 11 at the Companion Common, August 29, William Kennedy Park, from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12626, Dia de Glamour 2026, Companion Common. That's going to happen on August 29, 2026 from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Item 12726, Home Rule Petition, Credible Service of the Lawrence Police Officer. That's going to the Ordinance Committee. Councilors, we are receiving the documentation regarding to Rule 6 as per Rule 25 to modify the Housing Committee, as well as to add that the Safety Committee as a standing committee. Where? Yes, sir. Hmm? You want to sign it?
Why does this memo, this is a city council thing, why is it under the mayor?
I like that.
What do you mean? This is a city council matter, but the letterhead is the mayor's letterhead.
All letterhead in the whole city has the mayor's name on it, so this is my staff over here.
Okay.
Got an answer?
Huh?
Got an answer?
Can you sign the other one too, because I need you to sign it when the meeting's over.
We should have one as both the city council and the mayor.
That's not the city council's letterhead, that's my letterhead, like, I hear what you're saying, you want to be on my letterhead?
You don't report to the mayor.
I don't report to the mayor, you're absolutely right.
Okay.
I don't understand the optics of the city, I really don't.
The original design, the copy that I apologize.
Wait, so why do you need two signatures?
There's two different changes.
Rules act for two signatures.
All right, there is a motion. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Committees. Ordinance Committee. Ordinance Committee at 6. Agree? Okay.
The 24th, yes. 6 p.m.
Budget and Finance.
Oh, it's the Thursday also, Council de Rosario.
Budget and Finance. Budget and Finance.
Budget and finance. We're going to do 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Wednesday, the 25th.
There is any other business?
You have one housing committee item?
Housing.
No, because we have the year-to-date for the fire department.
You want to do it after Budget and Finance?
Who's in, well, yeah, three.
The three of us are in Budget and Finance. We just need to stay. What time is your meeting?
At 6. I'm not changing it this time. We went way too late. The whole purpose was of me scheduling earlier was that we wouldn't stay
How
that
many
late.
items do you have on Budget and Finance?
We have like 4, but the budget part, reviewing the year-to-date budget of the fire is what's going to take a bit.
Okay, let's do it at 5. You,
Five, is that too, yeah, 5 o'clock is cutting it.
Yeah,
So-
that's so good.
you don't, you can do it at 5? 5:30?
You want to do Monday?
Another day or stay late? What is the item for housing?
It's only one item. It's
Yeah,
item
but-
8426, acceptance of the new layout plan of public ways. That could be a conversation that could.
Let me
My
say,
experience
it
with
might-
housing is that you think it's one item and it's wham bam, 15 minutes and it's not. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am, but I didn't want to say that part.
So another day?
Monday, the 21st. This is muted. This is muted. Thursday. Fine. I'm trying to be considerate of my.
Motion to pass 11.
Second.
So it's a motion to pass 11, properly second, discussion, there is none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
40 minutes too late for that, but, Monday, what is it, the 23rd? Yeah. I'm sorry.
At what time?
President.
At what time?
6 o'clock.
Monday?
Monday, does that work?
If it's not, just join virtual.
Is it gonna work?
It worked for me.
Monday, 6 o'clock. Could you also schedule public safety for 7 that same day then?
23rd, say?
The 23rd.
You're very welcome. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. Still 20 more minutes.
I already had mine at 6 o'clock. Sparked.
So-
They actually taste delicious.
So we have all the committees, we're good?
We good, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn, properly second, discussion, there is none. All those in favor, please say aye. The ayes have it.